Goods, Miranda, and Citro. We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. We will start back with the staff reports. Agenda number 9, item number 9. Ms. Feely.
Management. Item number 9 is a amendment to an existing funding agreement for some of our HOPWA funds. That's Housing for Opportunity for People with AIDS. We do administer that for 4 counties. The reason why it's on the agenda this way is that it's a 3-year agreement. Each year was $1 million. And by giving them the additional $30,000, it now increases to the 3.25 million mark. So it does require a majority vote.
Any comments or questions? Ms. Feely.
Super majority vote,
A super majority.
right, Morris? Super majority, 3.2 million?
Hopefully it's going to go
No,
through.
just majority.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. Have we paid, this is a 3-year plan, have we paid anything into it, or is this our final year?
All our funds are always reimbursable funds.
Okay.
So this was additional funding that came down. I applaud Kayon and her team. When they do a good job, the feds like to give additional money, which then obviously means more work to push that money out. But this is the 3rd year of the agreement. So we've already allocated those first 2 years, and this would be an additional $30,000.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Move to approve, move the resolution.
A motion to move the resolution by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Fiera, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda, Pertec,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods, and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera and Goods being absent at vote.
Agenda item number 10, PW 22-77734.
Council Chair, Council, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chuck Conklin, Director of the Waste Energy Department, if you will. With item number 10, the Solid Waste Department, the Waste Energy Facility, is requesting approval for a 3-year contract with Republic Services for ash disposal at the Republic Services landfill located in Bartow, Florida. We generate about 70 to 80,000 tons of ash per year. So this is a 3-year contract, $1.412800, $1,412,800 per year for 3 years, for $4,238,400. This is the plant can't run without a place to dispose of the ash. And that's what we're looking for. I can answer any questions you might have on this.
I'll move the motion.
Any questions?
Second.
Any comments? We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 12, file number F22-76699.
Morris Massey, Legal Department. Mr. Shelby and I attended a meeting of the Citizens Budget and Finance Committee last Friday, and we discussed the current rules and that pertain to them by City Council resolution. And Marty, Mr. Shelby, and I worked on a draft resolution to incorporate their comments, and he's handing it out for your review. Since we didn't get it to you until today, we're not asking that you approve the resolution today, but just to take a look at it, and if you have any comments or questions, we're both available to answer them or make changes to the resolution if you think we need to make some changes. In fact, there's a blank there for Councilman Goods' appointee to the committee since Mr. Johnson resigned effective October 1st. So we will be in a position after we get your questions or comments and get those answered or incorporated into this to bring it back to you for adoption. And this would just re-adopt in totality all the rules that would be applicable to this committee. So,
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Would you want to come back in 2 weeks for this?
that's fine.
Okay.
We can come back in 2 weeks.
If I can,
Yes.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, and I want to thank Mr. Massey for all the work that he's put in on this, and I appreciate all his efforts. I did attend with Mr. Massey the meeting this past Friday. It was, I thought, a very productive meeting. The committee is working closely with Mr. Perry, the budget officer, working out a work plan for the coming year. They're going to be meeting on a monthly basis, and I'm very happy to see that. Thank you for all the work that you've done, and also that this is going to be certainly on track.
Okay, when did you want to bring this back?
2 weeks. Let me see.
Can you give me a date? 2 weeks be enough for you, Mr. Massey?
Absolutely.
2 weeks.
What's the next step?
I don't really think this is going to take any discussion. I think it would be just presenting it to you all and for you all to adopt it. I think the interim, if you all have any questions or comments, we're available so that we'll just finalize it and have it ready to go on the 3rd.
I should also point out that they did actually review the purpose of the committee and the committee's decision. You will be, if you wish to see the minutes, they haven't been prepared yet, but the purpose is unchanged from the previous 2 ordinances. Is that correct?
Resolution's correct.
Excuse me.
Motion, please.
Motion to bring this back
Thanks,
November
sir.
17th on the chapter.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We have agenda item number 12? No, I'm sorry, 13. File number CM 227405-2.
And before, Mr. Chairman, may I say some things?
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, sir. We have some really good people coming up to speak on something that is a really big deal for our city of Tampa. It's going to be 50 years since we hired our first Tampa police officer, who was a woman, and that was the late Lenora Booth. And there's some, I have Mr. Brian Sullivan putting up a couple of pictures. There's Lenora Booth when she was sworn in, and there's a picture of her also in about 73 or 74. So it's something that's so important. You know, today, and Clara Reynolds with the Crisis Center is the proud daughter of Lenora Booth, who's here to talk about her mom and something that is so important. We know that about 1 in 7 nationally of our police officers are women. It wasn't always like that. As far back as 1987, the number was about 7.6%. It continues to go up, inch up little by little by little. But here in Tampa, we have our pioneer of Officer Booth. And for me, when I saw this, that we were going to have the 50-year mark, I wanted to do a memorial on this, centering on not just on Lenora Booth, but on others who have come after her in different areas, et cetera. Our first African-American female officer, our first Latina female officer, et cetera, et cetera. For me, this is about respect for our law enforcement officers. This is about respect for the journey that many women have taken in many different vocations, including in law enforcement and in being first responders. Now, I did some research, and Claire and I talked about this for Lenora Booth, who would become the first woman to serve as a Tampa police officer at the age of 24. She's a USF graduate, would major in psychology. She would serve for 12 years as a Tampa police officer and investigate sex crimes against children, become a detective, and was promoted to a sergeant in April of 1982. She was adamant that she had not applied to become a pioneer, but she happened to be a pioneer, right, by virtue of what she did. She took on many high-profile arrests and cases, all of which she was a protector for people who needed protecting. She protected the community from drugs. She protected the community from sex offenders and other people and rapists, etc. Some of her more high-profile cases include in 1974 when she arrested a 17-year-old near Blake High School for raping a 14-year-old, a very difficult case to take on. In 1978, I was talking to Clara about this. She had a very interesting case where she and another officer dodged an ambush, it appears, by a Narcisco Jr. Alvarez. They had gone undercover as part of Vice and purchased in 1978 $360,000 worth of cocaine. So that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And as apparently they were leaving the scene, I guess the drug dealer said, "Hey, these are cops," and started shooting at their car. And I'm sure Mr. Miranda remembers that, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he remembers that as well. There were many other firsts, including Police Major Marjorie Williams, who was the first female commander at Tampa Police Department. She would challenge Tampa Police Department's 5'8" restriction as a minimum on being hired, because I see it. That disproportionately affects women, obviously. She was also a pioneer, Major Williams, who would suffer. In 1993, she told a reporter she suffered from sexual harassment, and she was public about the journey that she would take, which many, many women, of course, took. In October of 2009, Jane Castor would become Tampa's first female chief of police. So what I want to see out of this, and we've talked about this, is a memorial to those women police officers who have served over the last 50 years, many of the other firsts, but with a real central emphasis on Lenora Booth, who is our true pioneer and our Tampa hero. And we love her, we love her memory, and we love her daughter, Clara. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if I may, thank you all
Please.
so very much. Am so grateful and so appreciative for this opportunity. On behalf of my mother, who never saw herself, as Councilman Vieira said, as a pioneer, but as someone who really always wanted to pave the way, I believe she would be proud, incredibly proud of this honor today. And when I think back on the successes that the city of Tampa has had in promoting females to the highest levels of leadership, as we've said, with Chief Castor, who's now mayor, Chief O'Connor, we think about Chief Tripp, and also our Officer of the Month, our corporal. It just goes to show that this is an incredible opportunity, truly. And I know if my mother was here, she would be as honored as I am today to stand before you and say thank you.
Council members.
Oh, and I think they need to do a report, I think, on it. If I may,
Please, Council.
were you going to speak on the plans, or?
I can. Megan Newcomb, Assistant
Please,
City
step up
Attorney.
to the-
Yes,
step up to the microphone.
I'm here
Absolutely.
on behalf of the Police Department. I appreciate Councilman Vieira and council's support of this wonderful idea. I have been in contact with Ms. Reynolds as well as other members of the Tampa Police Department and the community, and we're going to come up with something that is appropriate to memorialize Officer Booth as well as every single Tampa police officer who's been an outstanding officer and a woman over the last 50 years. We've got plenty, as you all saw this morning. We'll set a date in March, which is Women's History Month, and I can, if you'd like to come back before then, to give you some more details. We're essentially in the initial discussions about a fitting and suitable memorial for this occasion.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair?
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'll motion for it to probably come back as a staff report only. You don't have to be here, et cetera. Probably in like January or so, so.
That sounds great.
Great, but
Thank
thank
you.
you guys, and if
Thank you
you
all.
wanted to, did you?
Just, Captain Kimberly Hill, I'm over the Support Services Bureau here on behalf of Chief O'Connor, who is so passionate about this. So thank you to all of you. This is such an honor, and we're really excited about it, so thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. Thank you.
And if I may, one last thing, I also want to acknowledge, I know we have some folks here, because you serve, we were the executive director, right, of the Crisis Center, and we have two other folks from the Crisis Center. I'm going to embarrass them if they wanted to come up and introduce themselves, please, if y'all want. I take it maybe.
Hey, Meredith.
Meredith Freeman, immediate past chair of the Crisis Center. And Jennifer Moore, vice president of development for the Crisis Center. I had the honor of serving as mayor for the past 7 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, may I motion for that, is that okay? To come back in, let's see, January 5th of 2023. I know I've taken a while.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Carlson. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 14, file number CM 22-72720. CM 22.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. No. We have a staff report on that. I'm fine with that. Thank you very much.
No
Move to receive
comments?
and file.
No, I thought you wanted to make a comment on that. No? You're good?
Do we need to move to receive and file?
Hasn't that been, excuse me, oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, sorry, excuse me.
Make your motion to receive and file, please.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Thank you. Where are we at now? Thank you. Agenda item number 22, file number E 2022, Chapter 8, 19, and 26. And I believe that Councilman Maniscalco wanted to bring agenda item number 35 in with this conversation.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Osea Wynn, Administrative Neighborhood and Community Affairs. Council, you asked us to come before you to present an anti-littering campaign. And what I want to do is take you back a little bit before I show you what we have to show you, is that over a year ago, you asked us, there were questions pertaining to signage with litter. Then we went from the, can we have a $450 or $500 50 fine with the littering? And then from there, we moved forward to several months ago where you asked for us to have an education and awareness campaign for littering as well. So what I'm presenting before you today is a presentation or a video that we have on our littering campaign that I would like to share, and then I'll hit item number 35. So if the CTTV team, if you can queue up that video.
To help educate our residents on the city's anti-littering campaign, a dedicated webpage was created at tampa.gov/keepitclean. This webpage is full of information, fun facts, and videos.
No one likes litter. It makes us look trashy. So we need your help to keep it clean, Tampa.
Keep it clean in our bars.
Keep it clean in our bay.
Keep it clean in our businesses. Keep it clean in our neighborhoods.
Keep it clean for our community.
That's right.
Charlie
Keep
Carey.
it clean for our kids. Keep it clean, Tampa.
The webpage includes information on how residents can get involved, options for reporting accumulated trash and other related concerns, as well as information on the City of Tampa's litter ordinance. Videos have also been created to help raise awareness of the city's littering fines.
That is so trashy.
I can't believe someone would litter in our beautiful neighborhood.
I know, and we work so hard to keep it clean around here.
Littering isn't just trashy. It's also bad for the environment and can be harmful to wildlife.
Plus, you can get up to a $450 fine for littering.
Oh man.
Let's keep it clean, Tampa.
Do your part and put litter in its place. Learn more and see how you can get involved at tampa.gov/keepitclean.
The webpage also highlights what city departments are doing to keep Tampa clean. Upcoming community cleanup events will also be posted to the webpage as they become available. Videos like the ones shown, as well as the next one, have also been shared to the city's social media channels as part of the city's anti-littering education campaign.
Hey! Let's keep it clean around here.
Hey! Littering isn't just trashy, it also comes with up to a $450 fine.
Plus, it's bad for the environment and harmful to our wildlife.
Put litter in its place. Learn more and see how you can get involved at tampa.gov/keepitclean.
So with the help of our CCTV team, we were able to coalesce all of this information together to provide a fun-filled avenue to the public to bring an awareness and education to our littering issues and the fines that are therefore associated with littering. In addition to that, I would like just to highlight the partnership that we have and continue to have with Keep Tampa Bay Beautiful. Over the last fiscal year, we have removed almost 260,000 pounds of litter and debris. We removed almost 1,500 pounds of invasive species, as well as administered 62 adoption contracts. Now, these adoption contracts, these are the contracts where you see groups adopting an area. So these groups commit to 4 cleanups a year in the specific areas that they have actually adopted. Additionally, with the litter skimmer, the amount of debris that we have removed from our waterways has been, over the last quarter from July to the beginning of October, has been 16,000 pounds. So we will continue these campaigns, but we're moving it more from just a city hall-centric focus education and cleanup process, and moving it more into the communities. And what I mean by that is that we will be using our neighborhood associations to form a littering task force. So through Director Janelle McGregor's office, we will have those touch points in those neighborhood associations and getting the neighborhoods, getting the public involved in the littering and the campaigns as well. Any questions on item?
Any comments or questions? Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you so much for that information and for the video, everybody that was a part of making that. It's very, very good. And what I do like is it links to a website that shows you per statute or per the code how the fines accrue, or what happens first, second, third time offense. I think it's great. I look forward to sharing this on social media and get people more involved. I'd like to. I don't want to take credit for it. I know it's my motion because I just made the motion. Everybody else did the work, but I'd like to put it out there that the Tampa City Council initiated this, and really it was inspired by several community leaders. One who was here this morning, who goes up and down the river, picking up trash in his kayak, or goes out with other organizations and they'll take a mile stretch of road and they're picking up trash on wherever they're at. But they are very proactive in doing that. So again, I look forward to sharing this on social media, and I appreciate council supporting this and making this happen, because we have a serious littering situation in the city of Tampa. Also, and I'm sure you're gonna go into this, but item number 35 regarding why we have to spend $100,000, or why we are asked to spend $100,000 with an outside firm. And the reason I said before you begin is I am fully confident, and I know that we have the best and the brightest in the city of Tampa, that why do we need to go outside when the best people are already here? So I'll stop there, thank you.
Yes, sir. And while we're still on number 24, if I would like to make sure each of you get a sticker, please, on the, thank you. Enough for each. On item number 35, item number 35 is part of a grant, an EPA grant, $500,000 grant. And part of the grant was a carve-out that will provide the educational program for the trash-free bay case study. So the EPA has tasked the awardees with identifying those areas within the city that were our sore spots or collection areas for debris. Once those areas are identified, then the next step is to do an education campaign around those actual areas. So this is part of a grant, an EPA grant. Is not directly city funds that that are used for this project. There was a question this morning about the person who's actually providing the work not being part of the city of Tampa, not being part of our community. The woman who actually won the grant is EBO City Woman-Owned Certified and is a local within the city of Tampa. So I just wanted to address that. If I answer your question.
But what about this firm in Ocala, or is that misinformation from?
That's Odessa. The firm is in Odessa.
Okay.
And she actually has the local area here, office here on Kennedy.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
so it's not,
It's not Ocala.
Marion County, up there, so, okay.
No, sir, it's Odessa and office is on Kennedy Boulevard.
Well, thank you very much. Again, I look forward to sharing this with the public on social media. I know the comments are gonna be, well, there's trash here right now, why don't you come get it? Well, nobody's ever happy, but at least we're moving forward with something, and I think, as Councilwoman Hurtak mentioned, when we were making these motions back, I think in July 28th or even before, an education campaign before we went straight into enforcement. So that was a wonderful suggestion by her that we're doing, and and our star, Councilman Miranda, that was great in the video. That was.
They know that I pick up my garbage.
That's right. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I love the idea of a campaign. I love that, but the slogan just isn't very memorable. Like, how many of you went to University of Florida? Anybody? Okay, it's keep it in the can, get her fan. I mean, like, it's something that you will always remember. And I can't remember the slogan already. I'm concerned about that because it needs to be catchy. It needs to be something that people are going to remember. And I hate to say make it rhyme, but really make it rhyme. No, seriously, that's how put it in the can, Gator fan. And now that they recycle, it's put it in the can, greener Gator fan. So they can feed on that. And it's just one of those things that if you want to get people really involved, you kind of have to make it more catchy. And so I would encourage that. I would also encourage number 35, before we go ahead and do that, to start your groups, to start your community engagement with the neighborhoods. Because as Mr. Hatch mentioned this morning, he can tell you exactly where the trash is. Mm-hmm. And so before we spend this $100,000, see what the community has to say. And I would have recommended the same thing before really rolling out this entire thing, just to talk to the community and make sure that this kind of, I actually love the skull and crossbones. Can we come up with a slogan that centers around that? The first thing that comes to mind is Tampa isn't trashy, but that's probably not a good one. So that can be That can be perceived in many ways, but just something that's just a little more, I don't know, just.
Yes, ma'am,
but-
we can get the community involved.
Yeah, I think that would really help because, like I said, once this got out, I got multiple emails last night saying, no, we should do this, we should do that. So believe me, the community has opinions, and I think they could do an awesome job with that. And I love the energy behind it. I just think we need a little bit more to make it really sing.
Yes,
So.
ma'am.
Councilman Carlson.
You know, my other job is marketing, communication, branding. Anything, it's same, you didn't go through this process with it, but the same thing with the CRA logo. Any creative should have a brief that's based on the strategy that's being used. And in this case, it comes under a lot of headings, but one of them is social marketing or behavioral change communication. And there's a lot of science behind it. I'm sure I haven't researched this particular topic, but there's got to be a lot of science behind helping people to understand that they need to act on it, because really it's not just whether somebody remembers it, it's whether they actually put the garbage in the trash can or whatever. If whatever the creative is, if you all come back, it would be good to know what the behavioral science was behind it. For example, the logo, I assume that's based on some behavioral science that says you want to equate trash with poison or something that's dangerous. So if it's somebody trying to equate it with the Bucks or some kind of Tampa Pirate thing, that's a different. But it would be, if we knew the science behind it, then it wouldn't make the review of it potentially subjective.
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, we'll see whether people acted on it or not.
Yes.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Mask. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council. McLean Evans, Assistant City Attorney. On item number 35, I just wanted to point out that $500,000 grant was approved for acceptance by Council in March. It is a 3-year timeline. If not spent by the end of 2024, we lose it. It has specific deliverables that have to be met because of needing Council's approval, the bid process, selecting a vendor. I just want to make you aware there is a timeline, and if we don't meet it, we are potentially in breach of our agreement with the EPA.
Thank you. Councilor Maniscalco, does agenda item number 22, staff report, meet your motion?
Yes, it does. Do we have further discussion on item 35, or do we have to do anything with that?
Well, I was going, since that is Councilwoman Hurtak's committee, I was going to ask her if she would like to make the motion or save it with her her items that she will be moving later on.
I can do it now.
Okay.
I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, if you don't want to pay the fine, don't make your trash mine.
Ooh, that's good.
It's over, it's over.
You don't want to pay
I
the
also
fine,
write
don't
commercials.
make your trash mine.
Like, who
Boom.
cares?
Move to approve.
All in favor? Whichever you prefer, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Again, I would really love for you to get the process started with neighborhood involvement before coming up with a plan, because if we come up with a plan, it doesn't matter when the deadline is. We're just spending money to spend money. And I would really prefer that the community be a part of that, because $500,000 for a trash campaign can go far. But if we don't have the community's input, then. So if we could possibly bring that back in February, is that enough time to probably get something started?
The grant has, McLean Evans, Assistant City Attorney, it has quarterly reporting to the federal government. And so for the first 3 quarters at this point, it's been nothing, nothing, nothing when there was supposed to be deliverables. And this first $100,000 is for the assessment. My understanding is, I'm not the expert in this, I just happen to be the only one available. It's for assessment of existing data from DOT and Keep the Rivers Beautiful and other sorts of sources that already have data on the origination of trash so that they can target the sources. And then I would encourage you to read the details of the grant and the resolution from March 3rd. It was also included as backup, but it has outreach, for example, I believe like 600 contacts or something by the close of the grant. So this is for the first task, and then the next task is really what looks like the burden of the work. So you're really burning up a lot of time to go till February.
Okay, so you're basically saying that this money has to be spent studying trash.
Yes.
In the short and long.
Yeah, there was a grant.
We can't do anything. We have to study
a
it first.
contract with obligations. Either we breach the contract and return the money to the EPA, or we comply with what we've agreed to do.
And so, yes, so we have to spend the money to study trash. Okay?
Yes.
Then, I mean, then move, I mean.
No, I understand that, and I'm not an expert in none of this stuff, but, and I'm not criticizing what's here now, but I think you gotta throw with a can and a paper, and all of a sudden you see an image of a mountain made of trash paper and cans, and said, you know, whatever you wanna say, but you gotta have it related to something. And the public today, let's face it, in America, everything is free, including throwing your trash away. That's how it looks. I mean, you don't, no matter what street you take in the whole country, not only here, you're gonna find that all over. And the highways, I only drive a little bit from Armenia downtown, and every other day you see a sweeper keeping up the side of the road because people throw everything out the window. And it's a habit, it's a disease.
Did you want to do anything with that motion, or
I
did you
mean-
want to save it until later?
It doesn't matter either way.
Then let's go ahead and save it till later when you make
Okay.
your other motions for your committee. Ms. Nguyen, you did say an acronym that I think really needs to be brought to the table, FDOT.
Yes.
Some of the places in this town that have the largest accumulations of trash are along entrance and exit ramps. Now, I don't know whether people are throwing it out their window as they're driving down the interstate, or people are walking by and just trying. I haven't seen that much garbage in one spot than along our entrance and exits. I know that there are companies that the FDOT contracts,
Yes, sir.
but in my opinion, it just seems like they're not doing the job very quickly. And I don't know how many of us have gone to the waste treatment. 1,000 tons a day of garbage we're burning out there. It's amazing. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen, for your report.
Yes.
We're down to agenda item number 28, I believe. Is that correct? 23. I am sorry. Agenda item number 23. CM 22-77 617.
I think we continued that to 10:27, didn't we?
No.
Nope. We were going to.
I can talk that, we can talk later if not.
Let's do something. Let's make our minds up now, please.
Remember that this.
Martin?
Councilman Carlson.
This morning, Councilmember Miranda asked for the discussion to be delayed, but then Marty said he had something he wanted to present.
And that's why we're here now.
Thank you.
Let's proceed.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. First of all, this was a real effort on the part of the clerk, and I want to thank Carencia Segala and the city clerk, Shirley Fox Knowles, for the efforts they put in. Every council member should have gotten a binder that gives you the information that has been requested to you. I appreciate that. They also did something that I asked them to do on the basis of something that I pulled from my files, which is 18 years old. I'm going to show it to you right now. You can see Pam Maiorio is the mayor. It's dated August 26th of 2004. Per your request, I have researched my records from Shirley Fox Knowles, the city clerk at the time, who is our city clerk today, regarding amendments that have been made to the charter of the city of Tampa for the period from January 26, 1989 through September 12, 2002, and have also attached each ordinance to that. And I'd like to just be able to pass that out. And the reason I'm bringing that to your attention is it's because it's very instructive, because there was talk about relying solely on the Charter Review Commission, which was not created until the voters accepted that on the ballot, which was placed there by the city council at the time, for them to decide whether to adopt the concept of a Charter Review Commission. And one of the major goals of having a Charter Review Commission is to put within the charter a provision that allows for periodic reviews, but that doesn't bar you under the charter or state statute from passing ordinances at any time during an election or a special election, if you want to send it, to be able to put before the voters a question to amend the charter, particularly if it's something that is pressing, something that is needed, and something that you, as city council, want to be able to put in front of the voters to amend the charter. So it's a fascinating discussion. It shows the ordinance number, the description, whether it was adopted by, when it was adopted by the council, the date the election was held, and the vote. And actually, council, when you look through it, some of them were defeated. And frankly, I believe there was at least one of them that was vetoed by the mayor. So the fact is there are a lot of checks and balances in the system, but every charter amendment up until this point to the creation of the Charter Review Commission went before the voters by ordinance of this board. So I just wanted that to be made clear and for you to have the benefit of seeing what previous city councils had done, what they brought before the voters, and what the result was. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And by the way, I did forward a copy of this to the city attorney as well.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, Marty, could you please email it to us just so we have it electronically?
It's on my desktop, ready to press
Okay.
send.
Yeah, the other thing is, there was some, when we were talking about the charter the last time when we were supposed to modify the charter, there was some feedback from the community. I think somebody messaged this, but they said, you need to follow the process, and the Charter Review Commission is the process. Well, the charter clearly says there are two options to modify the charter. City Council can do it, and we happen to have a lot of experience from the Charter Review Commission on here. And the other way is the Charter Review Commission, which we as the Charter Review Commission put in the charter with the voters. But in either of those choices, even if when we meet in our workshop, even if we suggest following the charter, even if City Council suggests modifying the charter, it still has to go to the voters. The voters ultimately have to decide what to do. But there's a third way that the charter has been modified, and I would just ask all of you all to be aware of it, and it is through the opinions of city attorneys. We have City Council and the Charter Review Commission have to go to the voters to get the charter changed. But we've seen opinions by former city attorneys that radically changed the charter. One of them is the one that says that the legal department has the right to settle lawsuits, approve the contract of the lawsuit, and then pay it without city council approval. Clearly, I've had other attorneys, clearly that's not accurate. It's not what the charter says. Another one is that only the mayor has the right to name buildings. And there are others. And the legal department is relying on those opinions as if they were from a judge. As I said this morning, if we have a disagreement with the legal department is our legal team, and if you hire a lawyer on your own, you can challenge them, you can talk to them, you can ask them questions. This city has acted a lot like the legal department is the judicial branch of the city, and it isn't. It is they're the legal advisors. Our only choices are to go to an outside attorney, which nobody trusts because of the way it's handled. We could go to a judge, which really requires a lawsuit, or you could go to the attorney general or some other third party. And so my point is not to review all the cases right now, and I don't want to review that case, but the point is for my colleagues to please pay attention, because we not only have to look at potentially modifying the charter, we've got to clean up some of these opinions that are sitting out there that change the charter without voter approval. They change the charter with 1 or 2 paragraphs by a city attorney. Thank you.
Shirley?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I have philosophically no problem with city council seeking to amend the charter through voters. I don't have any problem philosophically with that. I think we have to be careful not to, do it without much, in a way that is reactive and without contemplation, et cetera. There's some folks who go, no charter amendments outside of the every 10-year process or what have you. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's the reasonable way to go forward. I do think there are some proposed ones that either merit serious consideration or that I would support. I talked about one, for example, patterned after the 27th Amendment. But we have to be very careful in terms of finding, one situation that may be interpreted one way or the other and using it to fundamentally change a charter provision within our charter. I don't believe, a lot of people say our City of Tampa charter, that's like the Constitution. No, it's not. It is our Constitution, but it's not to be given deference like the United States Constitution from 1787. It's not. We can amend it, right? That's totally fine. And we can liberally amend it if we want through specific provisions. However, it's something that's to be done with some care and consideration, et cetera. So I wouldn't favor going out there liberally and going forward, but I'm not opposed to amending it on specific limited provisions. We just need to give it due thought and consideration. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilman Maniscalco.
Mr. Shelby, I just want to thank you for this information because it's fascinating to see, the history going back to, I think, 1989, 1990 or so, and the changes that were attempted and the changes that, or the amendments that were passed or not passed or vetoed. And, just from my own personal knowledge, I appreciate it. It's something that I never thought of because we looked at the 1970s charter and then the Charter Review Commission that came aboard and the changes that were made, but I never really studied the in-between, so I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Councilman Goods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Power has a way of changing people. Power has a way of changing structure at times. This council is empowered to do a job. We are the legislative branch of the government. And as a person who sat on the charter review, we didn't agree on everything. We came to compromise. But when I look back on those days that I sat on there, and I read now, and I always refer to that one day me and Ms. Hertek was right next to each other, and when one of the verbiages was read, I was like, I didn't remember that. You recall that? I said, I don't remember us saying that or whatever. But again, you knew, so you go along to get along, because you said, well, you don't want to write. Maybe we did, it did not. But my mind was like, that's not what we said we wanted to do. But now actually sitting in position here, sometimes when you're involved, it's your best teacher, because now you have that experience. And now I've had the experience of sitting here and seeing some of the things that come before us, and in some of the opinions, I'm like, and some of the unclarity sometimes, and some of one's opinion, well, if that's your opinion, I have a problem with that opinion. How do we get facts to find out a true opinion of what it should be interpreted as? Because one's interpretation could be someone else's interpretation. And this is what I see with sometimes when we go through this charter stuff, someone's interpretation. And then the balance of power shifts. This is where the arguments come in and infighting comes in, because we don't have a true balance of the power. There's two forms of government here. So I'm in favor of looking at some of the things that have been going on our 4 years that I believe need to be looked at, need to be tweaked, because the voters have questioned it as well. So there are a couple of things, Mr. Shelby, I've had you written 2 or 3 things down that I'm serious about looking, considering to talk with this council when it comes to our workshop, to making sure those go to the voters, because we have to look how we're running a city and making sure that what we say it's right and what the charter says is right and not of one's opinion or interpretation.
I
Thank
don't
you.
want to take up any more of your time. I'll have stuff on the new business about that meeting, special call. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Any other comments or questions? Has council members submitted to you or to legal on what charter changes they are looking at?
Individually, no, but as it's come up on the dais, they have made comments that we want to be able to discuss this when it comes up, and I'd make a note of that.
Okay.
I've just been keeping a,
In relation to any requests that may be made, can you check and see which ones were voted up or down, if they may correlate with what is being asked up here and what was asked at the charter review?
oh, what's coming up now is not necessarily anything that was raised at the charter review.
Okay.
It's all either new interpretations or interpretations of the new language and seeing ultimately what effect it might have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just one more thing, Ms. Shelby. In reference to the workshop, have you employed that individual still, or is that person going to be coming on board, or how is that going to operate?
Well, if you want to take the time now, we can talk about that, or we can hold that for new business. It's your call. I don't want to hold up the meeting. But I can tell you exactly. I
I
was
mean,
going
it
to
should be
bring it
good
up.
for you to tell us if we're going to have somebody or not. I don't.
That person is available for November 1st. That person was originally contracted from 9 to noon. If you want that person to stay the entire day, it would cost an additional $1,650. They're ready for council to say how they want to go, whether they want them for the morning, whether they want them for the whole day, or if it's council's decision to not have it. I would have to inform them, and we'd have to negotiate how much money has been spent thus far on preparation for the workshop.
Well, hold on, finish. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, time is of the essence. I mean, those don't need to keep, hold on, Mr. Shelby. If you have this information, you need to get that to us so we can act upon it. If we have this person, $1,600 ain't no money, the amount of money we spend in the city. So if it needs to be done, you need to let us know this is your recommendation so we can vote up or down and move forward, sir.
Well, sir, I have to share with you that I just literally found this out yesterday, and I told them that I would have an answer for them by the end of this meeting today.
Thank you.
And I was going to bring it up under new business. So you can either decide it now, or we can decide it later and move along with the public business. Your call.
What is your recommendation?
Are you,
My recommendation is for you to decide whether you want it from 9 to noon, and if so, you can have the facilitator for the price that's already been negotiated. If you want to have that person available for the whole day, if you think it'll take the whole day, that person will cost an extra $1,650. It's council's pleasure. This is not my, and the reason, one of the reasons, Councilman Goons, one of the reasons that I was in favor of a facilitator is because unless you specifically ask for my recommendation, I don't want to play a role, but I'm happy to offer it. Yes, I am.
We have some people here that have been waiting since this morning, and look how we are. So
Yes.
to me, just common, not saying you're not even common, but common sense to me is, if I got this form, this lady who's gonna do a job, I'm gonna pay her for the whole day. I'm gonna pay her half a day. You don't know how long it may take us. We're talking about the charter here. So, I mean, my recommendation or my motion would be to go ahead and have this lady secure for the whole day. We have her ready and we move on.
Councilman Goods, is that your motion?
My motion.
We have a motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. Any further discussion? Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. No, I support that. I mean, we don't want to be here. We want to have a meeting on this very passionate subject that is run as efficiently as possible and not have it on our chair who does a fine job, by the way, but in other words, put a lot of pressure on any chair, whether any of us are, to do that. I think to give it to another person who's being paid by the hour, I think is a smart idea. That's just my opinion. I think it's good.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, the last time we talked about this, I proposed a process, which I think we voted into being part of that. I would suggest that we give that process to the facilitator. And I don't know this facilitator, but some facilitators try to do lots of fancy things to try to do team building and all kinds of stuff. This needs to be a very efficient process where I think what we agreed was that each of us will present an idea, we'll discuss it briefly, and then we'll vote it up or down. And we also said that in this case, it would need supermajority because it would have to be veto proof. And that's the same thing that the city council did last time. So I would suggest that we give that process to the facilitator, and then let's say, we want to give everybody a chance to talk, but it should go fast. It shouldn't have any kind of extraneous stuff.
Councilman Maniscalco.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I agree with that. The only thing that I've changed my mind on is the veto proofness. Because I think 4-3, it can still go to the mayor at that point. And then if it doesn't pass, that's also, says something. So one way or the other, then but if it comes back to us, then we can make that determination. But I still think 4-3 is a pretty good measure. It still shows a majority support from the council. But that's the only change I would make. But I wholeheartedly agree. Let's just have her all day.
May I address that thank you. May I address that very briefly? An official action of council requires 4 votes. A supermajority surely makes it veto and sends a message to the mayor to veto. But in order to effectuate action, a vote of 4 can still go to the mayor. And again, the remedy for the mayor is provided for in the charter, and it's called the veto. And if you look at the history that I provided to you, there was a case where it was vetoed, and that veto was not overridden. So there is a process for you to act on a vote of 4 if that's what council's pleasure is. But if that's the case, I would ask for you to make a motion to amend that now so I can inform the facilitator about how it would do it, whether you want 5 votes or 4.
And we can still override.
We already have one motion that we have not voted on. That was a motion made by Councilman Goose, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Would someone else like to make the vote on the amount of votes 4 or 5?
Chairman, I make a motion of 4-3 versus 4-5. 5-2.
Second.
Was that clear to you, Madam Clerk?
So you're requesting that request be 5-2 instead of 4-3?
No. This is the original motion, there was a 5-2 versus now a 4-3 versus a 5-2.
Or really, you're saying 4 votes in case we
4
have
votes,
fewer
4
people.
votes.
At the end, you get the same results.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a motion made by Councilman Goode, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Can I say one more
council.
thing?
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just one more thing real quickly. I mentioned a few minutes ago a specific case about the former city attorney's opinion on city attorneys signing settlement agreements and then paying them. And in that case, I wanted you all to know, I talked to Marty and Ms. Zellman about that the other day. And I don't think that's an example where we don't necessarily have to handle that in a charter change. Instead, what I proposed is that we get an ordinance that will supersede the attorney's opinion, and that it will be outlined there. I think there has to be reasonable. There has to be some dollar limit. Maybe it's $50,000 or something like that, under which the city attorney can negotiate and pay out. But above a certain amount, the city council should maintain its power. What that former city attorney's opinion does is it usurps the power of city council out of the charter. So I think there's a way of figuring this out without going to the charter, just as an example. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I know. Agenda item number 28, file number CM 22-77749.
That's just mine. This is a resolution, and I just wanted to be able to read it publicly because the only time we talked about it was at the end of a meeting when no one was here. So just before we vote, this is a resolution recognizing October 2022 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the city of Tampa, urging all public and private institutions and all citizens in the city of Tampa and the state of Florida to support domestic violence survivors and take a stand against all form of violence and abuse in relationships, supporting education, prevention, intervention, and law enforcement efforts around domestic violence, and expressing support for agencies, organizations, and individuals who provide advocacy efforts, services, and assistance to victims.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman.
It's a resolution. But yes, sorry.
Just say resolution.
Yes, it's a resolution.
Seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Let's do a roll call vote on this, please.
Carlson?
Yes.
Goode?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Sierra?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
And Citro?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councilman Vieira, you have Public Safety Committee.
Yes, sir. Let's do, sorry, gotta get my agenda out of all this stuff. I hereby move items 28 through 33, 29 through 33, I apologize.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Goos,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak, you have Public Works.
I move items 34 through 42.
Second.
Have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goos,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councilman Miranda, you have Finance Committee.
Thank you, Chairman. I move items 43 to 46.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goos,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson, you have Building, Zoning, and Preservation.
I'd like to move items number 47 through 60.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco, Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goos,
I'm going to word the motion, but I want to make the council aware of something. In reference to 57 and 58, as I was at the conference last week, and this is probably the last time I'll vote on an S&P, because the CP for CRAs is the guiding binding laws versus an SAP. So we just wasted a whole bunch of money on some SAPs that we should have never even had written, from what I've learned from the conference. East Tampa spent over $360,000. It's a lot of money that we could have used to go other place or update the CMP plan that actually is the guiding bylaws of your CRAs. But I'll go ahead and support to get this out of the way. I know they've been waiting a long time for their money, but in the future, I'll be very leery to vote for an SAP.
We had a motion made by, what is it?
no, we're on the roll call, so yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councilman Maniscalco, you have Transportation.
Thank you, sir. I move items 61 through 66.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Miranda.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Goos.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Move the resolution for 67 to set the public hearing for December 8, 2022 at 5:01 PM. That's E 2022-8, Chapter 27.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goode. All in favor? Agenda item number 68, file number CDD 22-776, 77670. Ms. Johnson-Velez.
Good afternoon, Council. Susan Johnson-Velez, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Council members, this is a public hearing, and there are several public hearings after, so if I could ask you to open
Move the public
hearings.
68 through
Second.
98.
Have a motion to open all public hearings from Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Johnson-Velez.
Council, this item number 68 is before you upon the filing of an amended and restated petition to establish the K-Bar Ranch 3 Community Development District. It was filed by Cruz and Douglas LLC. Some of you may be familiar with the community development districts. They are special local units of special purpose government, and the simplest way to describe them is that they provide for the financing, operation, and maintenance of various public infrastructure within the boundaries of the district. And so this is a petition to establish a new district in the eastern portion of the K-Bar Ranch development, and I will ask Tucker Mackey, the applicant's representative, to make a brief presentation, after which I would ask council to receive public comment and then consider the ordinance before you that's presented for first reading.
Good afternoon. My name is Tucker Mackey. I'm with the law firm of I'm with the law firm of Q-Tac Rock, representing Cruz and Douglas LLC. With me on the phone are also several representatives of the petitioner, Jessica Mahoney and Tim Plate with Height Development as well. Excellent job reviewing the nature of CDDs. Also, by way of background, the council may remember in the summer you amended the boundaries of the K-Bar Ranch 2 CDD to remove property from that community development district. That property is now proposed to be included within this K-Bar Ranch 3 CDD. Overall, the district is proposing a total of $66 million in public improvements to provide within the district's boundaries. It consists of approximately 372 acres. I'm happy to answer any questions council may have, and certainly here to answer and respond to public comment as it's received.
Any questions or comments? Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak to this?
Second.
Have motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 68, file number CDD 22-77670, substitute ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance in the City Council of City of Tampa, Florida, establishing the K-Bar Ranch 3rd Community Development District, generally located at north and east of Meadow Point Boulevard, extension west of Mars Bridge Road, and south of Hillsborough-Pasco County line, comprising of 372.204 acres of land, more or less, for the purpose of managing, delivering basic community infrastructure improvements, said district to be located entirely in the boundaries of the City of Tampa, the same being more particularly described in Section 2 from hereof, pursuant to Chapter 190 Florida statutes, naming the district and the initial members of the District Board of Supervisors, consenting to the exercise of certain special powers by the District Board of Supervisors pursuant to subsection 190.012, 2, parentheses 2, Florida statute providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Carlson. Goods. Vieira.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Goods being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on November 17, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is our touchpads up here working? They are. Then we can go back to touchpad voting. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure with you. Thank you. Agenda item number 69, file number TACPA 22-03.
Good afternoon, Sam Thomas with your Planning Commission staff. Item 69 is TACPA 2203, a map amendment for 7 folios generally located west of North Albany Avenue, south of West North 8th Street, and east of North Westland Avenue. The request is to change the future land use from Community Mixed Use 35 to Urban Mixed Use 60. You approved this amendment at your hearing on September 22nd and is back before you today for a second reading. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Any questions or comments?
Good afternoon, Council. David Singer, 101 East Kennedy, here in Tampa, Suite 2800. We rest on our hearing from September 22nd on the Planning Commission amendment and ask for your approval. Here for any questions.
Any comments or any questions? Mr. Singer, I do have one.
Yes, sir.
What is the guarantee that this is actually going to be developed? Once we rezone this,
So we'll be back in a few items to talk about zoning, but this one is the plan.
you're right, you're right. All right, you're right. I got ahead of myself. Sorry about that.
Yes, sir.
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. So again, yes, this is the plan amendment, which is your
Yes, I
policy
got ahead of
decision on
myself.
whether or
I'll
not.
ask him that same question when it comes back up.
Correct.
I got ahead of myself.
But
All right.
this amendment would allow for the level of development that is allowable, the maximum density and so forth that was discussed.
Thank you.
So is this related then to a particular item on the agenda, on today's agenda?
There is,
Yes,
there
it
is
is.
a related rezoning.
And what number is that, if you can recall?
And again, none of this would have not been caught right now if I didn't know my line of questioning.
It's a very fair question.
I'll bring it up later.
Number 81 is the.
Thank you.
So it's related to number 81. Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this? Seeing none, is there anyone online? We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. Councilwoman Hurtak.
File number TACPA 22-03, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 2110 West North A Street, 105 and 107 North Westland Avenue, 108 North Albany Avenue, numbers 1 and number 2, and 110 and 112 North Albany Avenue, from Community Mixed Use 35, CMU 35, to Urban Mixed Use 60, UMU 60, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Place your votes and record.
Futuristic.
And it worked. Thank you. Agenda item number 70, file number TACPA 22-07.
Same time as with your planning commission staff. Item 70 is TACPA 2209, a map amendment for multiple folios generally located northeast of the intersection of West Barn Avenue and South McDill Avenue. The request is to change the future land use from residential 10 and residential 20 to residential 10. You approved this amendment at your hearing September 22nd and is back before you today for your second reading. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any comments or any questions? Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this? Seeing none, do we have anybody online? Just so that we can kind of get to, do we have anyone? Yes, on 78 and Sadie. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Council. I'm just available for questions. I appreciate your approval.
Anyone wishes to speak to this? Thank you.
Move to close.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Magoo, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Maniscalco. Yes.
Thank you very much. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. Ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 6522, 6524, 6526 South McDill Avenue, and folio numbers 136391.0000 and 136392.0000 from residential R20 and residential R10 to residential R10, R10, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Place your vote and record. Thank you. Agenda item number 71, file number TACPA 22-10.
Same time as with your planning commission staff. This is item 71, TACPA 2210, a map amendment for the properties located at 3204 and 3210 West Cypress Street, from residential 20 to community mixed use 35. You approved this amendment at your September 22nd hearing, and it's back before you today for a second reading. That concludes my presentation.
Any comments or questions? Thank you. Petitioner. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to agenda item number 71?
Move to close.
Anyone online? Thank you. Motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. I move an ordinance being presented on second reading adoption, an ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 3204 and 3210 West Cypress Street, from residential 20R20 to community mixed use 35, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 72, file number TACPA 22-11.
Sam Thomas again with your Planning Commission staff. Item 72 is TACPA 2211, a map amendment for the property located at 2502 and 2504 North Boulevard from residential 20 and residential 10 and residential 35 and community mixed use 35 to community mixed use 35 and residential 10. You approved this amendment at your hearing on September 22nd and is back before you for a second reading. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Petitioner. Seeing no petitioner, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this?
Move to close.
Second.
A motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman, who is it, Goods? Miranda. By Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Carlson.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move file number TACPA 22-11, ordinance being presented for second reading adoption, ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Element, Future Land Use Map for the property located at 2502 and 2504 North Boulevard from residential 20 R20 and residential 10 R10 to residential 35 R35 and community mixed use 35 CMU 35, providing for repeal of all ordinances and conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 73. File, these are all quasi, yes, they are all quasi judicial. Anyone who's going to be giving any type of testimony or comments in the remaining agenda items, please stand to be sworn in. Anyone giving any testimony?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 73, file number VAC 22-10.
Ross Amos, Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 22-10. This is a vacating request presented for second reading and adoption, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Any comments or questions? Petitioner?
Thank you, Catherine Coyle, Urban Planning Innovations, 5312 North Swanee. I'm available for any questions, and we respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Any comments or any questions? Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this agenda item number 73? Is there anyone online?
Move to close.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 73, file number VAC 20-22. An ordinance being presented for second reading. An ordinance in the city of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning that LOE certain parts of Cypress Street, North Boulevard, and Edison Avenue rights of way, all of which located south of Arch Street, north of Lemon Street, west of North Boulevard, and east of Delaware Avenue, within the plat of Knowles subdivision in the city of Tampa, Florida, Hillsborough County, Florida, within the plat of Knowles subdivision in the city, oh, I already read that, didn't I? City of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, more prescribed in section 2 thereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth within, providing for enforcement and penalties for violation, providing for definition, interpretations, and repealing conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 74, file number REZ 22-42.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Council, LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. This item also goes with the vacating item 73, which was just voted upon. But this item is before you today for second reading. The applicant is Ashley Glenn Holdings. They're being represented by Catherine Coyle. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any comments or any questions? Petitioner.
Good afternoon, Council. Catherine Coyle, Urban Planning Innovations, 5312 North Swanee. Again, available for any questions, and we respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Comments or questions? Anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this agenda item number 74? Seeing none, anyone online? Thank you very much. Councilman Goods.
Chairman. Would close?
Second.
Motion closed by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Goods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. REZ-22-42. Ordinance been presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in General City of 904 and 1120 North Boulevard, 909, 911, 913, and 1002 West Cypress Street, and 902, 906, 912, and 914 North Edison Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family and RM24 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential multifamily and mixed use commercial, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 75, BAC 22-16.
Ross Amos Development Coordination. File number VAC 22-16 is a vacating request being presented for second reading and adoption. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Petitioner.
Good afternoon again, Council. This is the second of three, still not the zoning yet. This is just the vacating. We rest again on our presentation from September 22nd, here to answer any questions.
Any questions? Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to agenda item number 75? Seeing none, anyone online?
Second.
Motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Councilwoman Hurtak.
File number VAC 22-16, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, and ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning that alleyway right-of-way located north of Kennedy Boulevard, south of North A Street, east of Westland Avenue, and west of Albany Avenue within the plat of Westland Subdivision in the City of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly described or set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Goods. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried with Miranda voting no.
Agenda item number 76, file number AB2-22-04.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at location 1724 North Nebraska Avenue. Proposed SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales for a restaurant consumption on premises only for the sale of beer and wine. Site plans have been turned in the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, petitioner.
Good afternoon, Mike DeMeo, law firm Schutz & Bowen, 4301 West Boy Scout Boulevard, Suite 300. We rest on our September 22nd hearing. Request your approval.
Any comments or any questions? Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this? Agenda item number 76. Thank you very much.
Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. This is item 76, and
Correct.
it is file number AB 2-22-04. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcoholic beverage sales restaurant. consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beer and wine at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 1724 North Nebraska Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. Please your vote and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 77, file number AB 2-22-16.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the locations 1802 and 1804 East 4th Avenue. This is a proposed SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises only. This is for beer, wine, and liquor. Site plans have been turned into the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Is there any questions? Petitioner. No petitioner. Okay. Oh, okay.
They need to be sworn in.
And I need to be sworn in.
Yes. Are
Please
both of you going to be giving testimony?
Yes,
Can you
sir.
both be sworn in, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Megan Smith, Gardner Brew Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. We appreciate staff working with us. We did submit the revised site plans and are available for any questions.
Is there any questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to agenda item number 77? We don't have anyone online? Thank you very much.
Second.
A motion closed by Councilman Goode, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. I move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance approving a special use permit for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located 1802 and 1804 East 4th Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda.
Nope.
Who? I am, Lewis, I am so sorry. Motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye. Place your votes and record. Lewis, aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
We'll have a special call meeting to get reappointed.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councilman Miranda, don't second a motion made by Councilman Vieira, okay?
I got it. You're 100% correct.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, I have a slip of the tongue and it's just, Okay, agenda item number 78, file number REZ 22-14.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the locations 6522, 6524, and 6526 South Maydill Avenue, and folio numbers 136-391.0000 and 136-392.0000. Proposed rezoning from RS60 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family attached. Site plans have been turned in to the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Petitioner.
Good afternoon, Council. Clayton Brickemeyer, Hillward Henderson. We have submitted the changes and would ask for your approval.
Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this item, agenda item number 78? Seeing none, I think Ms. Strohmeyer is on the line.
Ms. Strohmeyer, please enable your video and unmute yourself.
Ms. Strollmeyer, are you there? All right, let's proceed. Is there anyone in council that wishes to speak to this? Motion to close.
Move to close.
Thank you very much. Motion to close by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Councilman Carlson.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move file number REZ 22-14, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 6522, 6524, and 6526 South McDill Avenue, and folio numbers 136391.0000 and 136392.0000 in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family attached, providing effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Goods. Place your vote and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 79, file number REZ 22-47.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This case is being presented for second reading and adoption at the locations 1401, 1409, 1411, 1413, and 1415 East 29th Avenue and 3510 North 15th Street. This is a proposed rezoning from RS50 residential single family and CI commercial intensive to PD planned development residential single family semi-detached and detached. Site plans have been turned in. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, petitioner?
Thank you, Council. Catherine Coyle, Domain Homes, 5703 South McDill Avenue. I'm available for any questions, and I respectfully request your approval.
Any questions for Ms. Coyle? No. Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this agenda item number 79?
Move to close.
No one online? Thank you very much. Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Miranda. Yes, you are correct. Councilman Goods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. REZ-2247, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1401, 1409, 1411, 1413, and 1415 East 29th Avenue and 3510 North 15th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and will be described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family and CI commercial intensive to PD plan development residential single family and semi-detached and detached, providing effective date.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Place your vote and record.
Motion carried with Miranda and Hurtak voting no.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 80, file number REZ 22-51.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This case is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 6202 Inner Bay Boulevard and 6001 South Martindale Avenue. This proposed rezoning from RS60 residential single family and CN commercial neighborhood to PD planned development residential single family detached. Side plans have been turned in. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, petitioner? Okay. Petitioner, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Okay, you are still muted. You are still muted.
Click on the icon, Mike, on the control panel to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yes, I'm ready.
Wonderful. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
This is JD Al-Sabah, Sycamore Engineering. I am representing the owner on this application and ready to answer any question.
Thank you very much. Is there any comments or any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone online? I believe Ms. Strollmeyer is online. Ms. Strollmeyer, are you there? Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to agenda item number 80?
Move close.
Second.
A motion to close by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Goods.
All right. REZ-22-51. Order represented for second reading and adoption. In order to rezone the property in general vicinity of 6202 Interbay Boulevard and 6001 South Martindale Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, will be described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family and CN commercial neighborhood to PD planned development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 81, file number REZ 22-71.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This case is being presented for second reading and adoption at the locations 2110 West North A Street, 105 and 107 North Westland Avenue, 106, 110, and 112 North Albany Avenue, 108 North Albany Avenue, Unit 1, and number 2, Unit 2, and 2101, 2117, and 2121 West Kennedy Boulevard. This is proposed rezoning from CG, Commercial General, and RM16 Residential Multifamily to PD, Planned Development Residential Multifamily, Retail Sales, Restaurant, and Personal Services. Site plans have been turned in to the City Clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Ms. Mandel, I'm sorry, Mr. Singer, I just see this flood of attorneys walking toward me.
Good afternoon again, Council. David Singer, 101 East Kennedy. I've been sworn. Now we are at the third of the three. Now we are at the rezoning portion. And I, again, reincorporate all of the testimony and presentation given on September the 22nd. And I'm here to report just a few things that have happened since then that hopefully will answer some questions if anyone still has them. There was a question about loading and deliveries. We believe some pretty significant progress has been made. Mr. Citro, you had asked if there was possibility for additional areas. We have repurposed that additional area directly behind the Jersey Mike's into additional loading opportunity. We're also working with the city on the parking spots on North A Street to be 30-minute spots dedicated to deliveries and dedicated to rideshare. So that'll take some of the burden off what otherwise would be the garage. But those deliveries also will be able to be made right behind where that Jersey Mike sits now. Second, as you recall, there was a pretty robust discussion about relocation of tenants and new landlords coming in, and discussion with your attorneys and with us about how perhaps that was not appropriate to be considered. And again, I do not want to suggest that it is appropriate to be considered. However, there was significant public testimony, and so I do feel it's appropriate to tell you that the House of Shadows, who had a significant number of correspondence with you in your judicial inbox, quasi-judicial inbox, has withdrawn their opposition after discussion with the applicant. And that was able to be done, as you recall. We were not allowed to speak with the tenants without landlord permission. After the hearing, we got the landlord's permission, and we spoke with the House of Shadows, and the House of Shadows owners have withdrawn their resistance to this rezoning. Third question, will it be built, Mr. Citro? There is strong economic incentive for this to be rebuilt. There's been a fair amount of money that has already been poured into this, number one. Number two, as you know, PD rezonings, if they are not built within 5 years, they revert back to their original zoning. So there is that protection that the code builds in for PDs. And third, this is not a new developer. These are folks with a track record. They've done this around the country. They've invested time and money and fully intend to build. And hopefully that answers your question on that issue. The last thing I'll bring up, you recognize that Ms. Mandel is here with us in council today. Similar to the discussion that we had on the 22nd of September, there is concern about parking and parking for Jersey Mike's and where they are going to park. Again, I'll remind you the parking remains unchanged out front of the building. And also I would point you to the site plan that specifically calls for their use, their restaurant and retail use, to have 28 spaces. It's in the site plan, can't be changed. So that's where we are. I will also remind you, before I step aside, that this application has significant community support. The community outreach was significant. Over 2,000 contacts made by this applicant to members of the community. And they remain endorsed by the North Hyde Park Civic Association and the North Hyde Park Business Alliance. That was re-upped even after the last hearing. So we would appreciate your consideration and your approval of the zoning. I'm sure there are people in the public who'd like to speak, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Councilman Goods.
Mr. Chairman, I recall the issues about the landlord situation, but there were like 3 tenants, correct?
House of Beauty, House of Shadows, and the Power Stories Theater.
Has no effect, but has that, everyone?
So I can only speak to House of Beauty and House of Shadows. There has been they have withdrawn their opposition. As to the Power Stories Theater, there has been discussion between the applicant and the theater. I do not believe it has resulted in any sort of agreement other than the applicant has agreed that the Power Stories Theater can remain throughout their entire lease term. The lease term ends in mid-2023. The applicant has agreed they can stay throughout the entire lease term. And so that is the same thing they would get with their current landlord or this applicant or anyone that would come after to potentially purchase this property. You can only get what you agree to in your lease, and they're going to honor the full lease.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak to this agenda item number 81? Ms. Mandel.
Good afternoon, Council. For the record, Julia Mandel with the law firm of Gray Robinson, 401 East Jackson Street. I'm here representing JM Food Incorporated. Bill Atkins is here with me, and he is the operator of the Jersey Mike's and is the tenant in the building where the Jersey Mike's currently resides. I'm going to try and use this, but I might not do it correctly. Before I get started, as it relates to this zoning, I felt like I needed to clarify an issue that had come up at the previous hearing, and that related to the approval of the Jersey Mike's and what they were granted as part of their original approval. This is the original plan that they were approved for when they came in for a change of use in 2012. They were granted the opportunity to be in this location as a restaurant with 28 parking spaces. And so since it was questioned whether or not that was an actual approval of the city of Tampa, I actually have, I'm not unrolling them, but I have the stamp plans of the city of Tampa. Somebody wants to have that conversation, I can show it, but that was an actual approval during that process, during their zoning review. So this is how the site currently is configured. And it shows the parking in the center, the furniture store, and this is the Jersey Mike's with the parking in the front. And all of the parking spots were available for the Jersey Mike's for parking, as well as a dumpster location, the use of the alley for their deliveries. Our concern is the change to that configuration. Jersey Mike's has and JM Foods has a lease and has had a lease on this property since 2012. There's 5 more years on this lease. And so they're not in the same position maybe as some of the other tenants. They have the right to remain in this location. This is the current proposed site plan. And I'm going to address what Mr. Singer had said in terms of what rights are granted in here, because I'm not sure I either agree with that or we may need some clarification. The way this site plan is set up is it, in essence, cuts off the alley access for the purposes of delivery, has no location for a dumpster for this out parcel. Whether or not this remains a Jersey Mike's or it goes into some other use, there's an out parcel here that, in essence, through this site plan, has about 11 spaces in the front, no access on the site plan for deliveries, and no location that I can see for dumpster access. It is also designated as retail. So even if Jersey Mike's goes away, that remains. To answer the question or to speak to what Mr. Singer said, I think we need some clarification as to whether or not, one, the site plan, as Mr. Singer suggests, does provide for the access here for deliveries. And also, this site plan waives parking. So I'm not sure it's accurate to say that Jersey Mike's in this out parcel has been granted 28 spaces. In fact, I would say that they haven't, and there's nothing on this site plan that specifically grants that. So I would ask for some clarification of that. You have the letter. I would reiterate that comment. And, you know, we're just very concerned about what this is going to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers that wishes to speak to agenda number 81, agenda item number 81?
Hello, Councilor. I haven't been sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Thank you. Well, last month I was here and I spoke on behalf of the developers. And I listened to...
Sir, can you please give us your name?
Oh, okay,
For the
yes.
record.
Yes, my name is Louis Simmons. I stay 1507 West North B Street, Tampa. Last month, I came here and spoke on behalf of the developers. And my immediate concern was when it rains, Kennedy Boulevard floods up in that area. And all the traffic from Kennedy, you know, deveys on North B Street. So now North B is almost like a super highway because all the trucks and everything come through. As I had meetings and things and with the Hyde Park Association and meetings with the developer and stuff, they say they would put a drainage ditch, some type of drainage system on Kennedy as they proceed in building a new facility there. So that was my actually main concern. Then I started looking around in my designated neighborhood, and I was noticing that, yes, we need more housing in that area, but yet, because everyone is actually coming into that main area because we call it the yuppie area, because it's so close to downtown, close to the airport, close to Hyde Park, actually towards on Howard, and East Access are all the way around. So I say that's going to be a nice jump off spot that everybody can come and go. And I don't have no animosity, no bad feelings about the building coming there. Matter of fact, I enjoyed to see it come there because I like to see more residents come in and redo the streets, redo it, the storm drains and the sewage area in that area. So from my proposal, if it's worth anything, that I would like to see the facility move forward and thrive throughout the community. And so far, all my neighbors, they agree with me that we need to do something about the road situation, and that's on the thing to kind of alleviate the road situation, and we can have more things to profit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Nathan Hagan. I live in this neighborhood. I moved there 3 or 4 years ago, and I estimate that the market value of my rent personally has gone up about 50% in that time. I started coming to City Council to talk about land use issues because there are not enough options in that neighborhood that I live in now for people like me who if I had to renew my lease and I couldn't stay where I am, where would I go? There's just not enough options in that neighborhood. That includes other types of housing besides large apartment buildings. But I'll just say, I'm excited to have this project here in my neighborhood. I think that it's a really important model for Kennedy Boulevard. This is the first project like that I'm aware of, especially in that part of Kennedy. And it is a good model for the future development that happens down there, hopefully creating a lot more housing, which is, of course, consistent with our objective in the comp plan and our upcoming comp plan. So I'm in favor of this project, and I want to see it done as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Do we have anyone online?
We have Mr. Victor Huggins. He just needs to enable his video and audio.
Council Victor's the engineer for this project. I'm not sure he's going to speak unless you need him to.
Anyone else? Both are engineers? Mr. Hussein?
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Speaking on the parking, I know that it was mentioned that the site plan states that there's parking designated for Jersey Mike's. It does not state that on a site plan. It shows what's required, but there's no actual concrete clarification on what's being provided just for that Jersey Mike's. Just let me keep
Any comments, any questions? Thank you.
Council, I'd like to clear up any confusion.
Rebuttal, please.
We'd like to clear up any confusion on the parking, so I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Rice, to show the parking chart. So you can see here, this is the site plan. The existing restaurant, the existing retail. You'll see that right in the middle where it says retail parking required, restaurant existing 2505, retail existing 2100. Go ahead over to the right where it says required parking. You'll see the number 20 and you'll see the number 8. 20 and 8 equal 28. That is required parking for this retail and restaurant. Now what we're not going to do, and what we never do in a zoning hearing, is talk about where specifically a retail tenant's parking is going to be designated in a parking garage. That's a private agreement between the landlord and the tenant. They have to have 28 spaces. We want them to be successful. Of course we want them to be successful. And remember from back on September 22nd when we showed the site plan where the door from that parking garage exits is about 10 feet to the front door of the Jersey Mike's. So 28 spaces are required, and you can see that here. Go down a little bit. Right here, this is the door from the parking garage, and this is the entrance to the building. It's right there. So there is enough parking provided. It's required under the site plan. Of course, we want them to be successful. It's in everyone's interest for them to be successful. And I'm happy to answer questions about any of that.
Councilman Goode. Can you leave that there, please?
Sure. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I only have an 8th grade education, so I'm gonna see if I can kind of figure it out a little bit, you know? Ms. Mandel came up with her argument, and I think it's, I guess, play on words, you can say. But I see where you indicated 28 plus 8 is 8. But I think with the petitioner, with the objectioner was thinking that their spaces were for them in a certain location. But you're contending that you're saying you're giving them 28, no matter what the location is. You're saying the location is close enough that they'll be able to handle their business, correct?
So when you yes. So when you rezone the site, of course, we're rezoning the entire site. And let me put this up here for you so you see again.
Again, I don't have an 8th grade education, so I'm just trying to figure it out.
Listen, this is all, nuanced stuff. This is the current parking in front of the building now, right? This is the alley, the side where they're parking now, and replacing this is going to be the garage. This goes away under the rezoning. The parking spaces will be in the garage that's literally adjacent. I couldn't tell you, and the applicant couldn't tell you if they wanted to right now because they haven't laid out the entire garage exactly where the parking spaces are going to be. but they do retail leases across the country. And so this is not a new issue that anyone is suggesting that, you know, these people are going to get space that is going to be completely inconvenient to them. No one is suggesting that. Ms. Mandel can't tell you that. No one can tell you that. What we can tell you is there's going to be parking available for them, and we want them to be successful. And we're mandated to have that parking under the site plan.
Okay then.
Anyone else? Good question. Put your sheet back down there if you do not mind. You said, not that I'm going to give testimony, but is there another retail next to Jersey Mike's?
There's a nail salon.
And combined,
Yes.
they're entitled to 28 parking spaces.
Yes.
The section that is existing in front, how many spaces are there now?
I believe there's 11.
11. So that would, 28 you said?
Yes,
so
sir.
that would be 18 more spaces that someone is going to have to be found for that entitlement.
And it was all incorporated into the parking calculation that we submitted and have talked about
Okay,
extensively.
now, can you bring back up the iPad that has the proposed building? And I know this is proposed and hypothetical, and it's not definite.
Yes.
Hypothetically, if this were, would your company be kind enough to put that first row closest to the door? And again, this is all hypothetical.
I mean, hypothetically, of course.
Is there some kind of, if there's some kind of nod or agreement that you could give them, then yeah, we're gonna put it as close to where these other parking spots were?
So let me answer it this way. I think that people, when they park, want to be as close to their home as they can for the residents. And if you look at these spaces that are here, these are the farthest away from people's homes. They are the closest to the retail. And so without being able to actually commit to you today that those are going to be retail spots, I think common sense and sensibility would suggest that we would do everything in our power to make sure that those are retail spots.
Not everybody does things sensible, but.
And of course, for the record, you cannot, and the city council cannot bind you to that agreement, and it's not enforceable.
It was all hypothetical.
Correct. No, and I understand the question. It's, of course, a reasonable question.
And as long as they understand the answer, we're in good position then. Okay, thank you.
And which, Mr. Singer, which was leading me to my question that I asked at the wrong time, this whole layout is all hypothetical. We're not guaranteed that this whole layout is going to be here.
Well, when you submit a site plan for a PD review, we're locked into that site plan.
Size and height.
And layout.
And layout. So you can't see those parking spaces are going to be there.
Well, I can say the spaces are going to be there. I
Yeah,
can't
but
tell
it's just not going to be in that formation. I'm trying to get somewhere with this, and I see I'm having no luck at all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Ms. Mandel.
Mr. Singer, allow me the other opportunity to just ask a clarifying question on the record that may make it clear so that everybody's on the same page.
Mr. Singer, with your consent.
Of course, yes, of course.
So I understand, again, Julie Mandel, representing the Jersey Mike's building. So I understand what the city staff, Mr. Singer, are saying, is that when you apportion the parking, notwithstanding where it is, I would agree that that's a secondary issue. But when you apportion the parking, the out parcel will have the allotment, not designation, but the allotment of 28 spaces. And therefore, the waiver that is being requested for parking is not going towards that out parcel and the numbers for that out parcel, it's going towards the remainder of the site. If that is what Mr. Singer is saying and the city agrees that that is what is actually on the site plan, then I think at least that issue has been discussed. I can't say that it's been completely resolved with my client, but I think that's a private question. But if that's what the interpretation of what we all agree on the record is what has been said, then we can leave it at that.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you. Instead of council interjecting, I'd like Mr. Singer to respond if he wishes so directly and have the last word also for rebuttal if there's any.
And he will have his time for rebuttal. Go ahead.
I think Ms. Mandel encapsulated the first part exactly right, that the 28 spaces are apportioned and allotted to the retail and restaurant out parcel. Yes. The second part is a little more complicated in that those 28 spaces, which are added to the total of the PD, encapsulate the entirety of the parking on site. So there's 343 parking spaces on site. 28 of them go to the retail and restaurant. But it's not 343 plus 28. It's 343.
Ms. Mandel, thank you. You got there a quicker route than I did. Thank you.
How tall is this parking garage?
How many stories is the parking garage? 3?
3.
Or is that it?
Was that your rebuttal? Are you finished with your rebuttal?
With that, I would respectfully ask your approval. Thank you, Council.
I have motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
File number REZ 22-71, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2110 West North A Street, 105 and 107 North Westland Avenue, 106, 110, and 112 North Albany Avenue, 108 North Albany Avenue number 1 and number 2, and 2101, 2117, and 2121 West Kennedy Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning classifications CG, Commercial General, and RM16, Residential Multifamily, to PD, Plan Development, Residential, Multifamily, Retail Sales, Restaurant, Personal Services, providing an effective date.
A motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Please vote and record.
Motion carried with Carlson and Miranda voting no.
Thank you. File number, agenda item number 82, file number REZ 22-78.
22-72.
Excuse me, 22-72.
Thank you, sir.
Dyslexia.
Zane Development Coordination. This case is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 2907 West Beta Bay Boulevard and folio number 127-083.0000. Proposed rezoning from PD Plan Development to PD Plan Development Office Business Professional Retail Sales Restaurant Bar Lounge and Residential Multifamily. Site plans have been turned in to the City Clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you. Petitioner.
Good afternoon. For the record, Addie Clark with Gardner Brewer Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. Like Zane mentioned, we made the request for revisions and are happy to answer any questions that we request your approval of this item. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to agenda item number 82? Seeing none, I don't think we have anyone online. We have a motion closed by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move an ordinance being presented for second reading adoption. An ordinance rezoning proper in general vicinity of 2907 West Beta Bay Boulevard and folio number 127-083.0000 in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, PD Plan Development to PD Plan Development Office, Business Professional, Retail Sales, Restaurant, Bar Lounge, and Residential Multifamily, providing effective date.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Good. Place your vote and record.
Motion carried unanimously with Maniscalco being absent at vote.
Thank you. Agenda item number 83, file number VAC 22-12. That's right, it was withdrawn.
Second.
A motion to withdraw agenda item number 83 by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Thank you. Agenda item number 84, file number VAC 22-14.
Good afternoon, City Council. Ron Wigington, Legal Department. Mr. Shelby has requested that I pass out the infamous memorandum regarding vacating items. I'd like to give credit to the author who just left, Julia Mandel, to summarize some of the main points of that memo, and I'll give you a chance to pass it out first.
Thank you.
Thank you. So again, to summarize some of the main points of the memo, first, that the applicant has the burden of establishing that the vacating request serves a public purpose and serves in the best interest of the public. Next, City Council has broad discretion in making the decision to approve or disapprove the vacating request, and same will not be disturbed except in the case of clear abuse of discretion or unless there is an evasion of private property rights. And finally, some of the factors to consider during your deliberations include, but are not limited to, will the vacating alleviate or relieve the public from the cost of maintaining the subject alleyway? Will the vacating alleviate a public nuisance such as dumping or curtail criminal activity? Will the vacating foster redevelopment of the abutting properties? Will an abutting property owner's access to the property be completely cut off or substantially diminished as a result of the vacating? Now, the notice requirements were not mentioned or discussed in the memo, but since there's been a lot of discussion lately about missed notice, I'd like to briefly summarize what is required for vacating. First, there is the posted notice, which is the same as for all land use decisions. That includes posting a sign at either end of the alleyway. That sign must be placed within no later than 30 days prior to the hearing and no later than 60 days prior to the hearing, and it must be visible from the street. Next is the good neighbor notice. Now, the good neighbor notice only requires notice to participating organizations, which is the HOA, neighborhood, and civic associations. It does not include good neighbor notice to the participating neighbors, which that's the 250-foot radius that you've probably heard about before. That's the second notice that's required, and then the third notice is the property owner notice, which includes all abutting property owners that are abutting the subject alleyway, and this is in lieu of the good neighbor to the participating neighbors. So unless there's any questions about what I just mentioned, I'd like to open the floor to Mr. Sammons to provide his presentation.
Any comments or any questions? Mr.
Thank you.
Sammons.
Ross Sammons, Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 22-14. The applicant is Champa Bay Developers, LLC. Representative's name is Steve McElhaney. The overall property address is 2409 West Stroud Avenue. Proposed vacating request is to vacate the alley lying north of Stroud Avenue, south of Chicago Avenue, east of Carolina Avenue, and west of Moody Avenue.
Can't see on our screen.
It's not up there yet.
This application was filed with the City of Tampa on March 16, 2022.
What do you have on your screen?
We can see it overhead, but
Could
we
we
can't
put
see it on our monitor.
monitors, please? Thank you.
The applicant owns a property located south of the alley that is requested to be vacated. The applicant's reason for the application is to clean up the unused alley. This alley was created by a subdivision plat. The existing right-of-way is approximately 7,300 square feet. Here is an aerial showing the property in red, and the proposed vacating in yellow. Here's Carolina Avenue here, and south to Stroud Avenue. Here's a City of Tampa Atlas map showing the area, and again, in red here is the proposed vacating request and previous vacatings in the vicinity. And also here. Here's an image of C.B. Shaw's subdivision plat. This is the plat that did dedicate this alley, the originating alley, and it is block 2 here, from now Carolina Avenue over and down to now Stroud Avenue. Here is Chicago Avenue subdivision. To the north of the alley, here's existing alley. And this is the townhome subdivision. Here is Chicago Avenue. This is the image of the applicant's property. This is looking north from Stroud Avenue. This is the most eastern section of the alley that is requested to be vacated. This is looking north from Stroud Avenue on the north and south section to the east. And this is the alley looking east from Carolina Avenue. Then this general vicinity here. Staff have no objections to this vacating request. Easement reservations are needed for wastewater, stormwater, TCO, Frontier, and Spectrum. Natural resources must comply with Chapter 27 in regard to tree preservation and site design for any improvements placed adjacent to trees in the vacated area. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any comments or questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for hearing this petition late in the day. We appreciate your indulgence here. Let me go through a couple of...
Mr. Michelini, we all know who you are, but for the record.
Steve Michelini, I'm representing the petitioner, and I have been sworn. Is that showing up well? As the city staff has pointed out, this is a right-angled alleyway that runs behind these homes on Stroud and behind the townhouses in the Chicago subdivision. This is a detail of that area on the east side. And this is a little better view showing you how it extends further to the west. Ross has already showed you that the accesses to the alley is obstructed. This is on the east side where there's no access. This is on the west side where there's no access. This is on the east side. Everything you see there in pink is an obstruction built in the alley. This is the middle section showing part of the east and part of the middle where something has been constructed in that alley. This is a detail of the middle section, again in pink, showing you the obstructions that have been constructed, and there's more here. One of the things that I wanted to point out, and I've read the the letter of concern from the neighbors to the north. And I want to draw your attention to this sheet. And the highlighted areas are growth management and design and zoning, the mobility department, Tampa Fire Rescue, growth management and design, transportation, and solid waste, none of which had any comments or concerns regarding vacating this portion of this alley. The biggest issue that I think that, I've talked to some of the neighbors briefly before the hearing started, and it seemed to be that they were concerned regarding the vacating, what would happen post-vacating. And generally what happens is that the abutting property owners on either side are entitled to 1/2 of the vacated portion. Some of the things that also happen in this area are that it's completely fenced, and I'll show you some pictures of that. The homeowners in the townhouses have basically a 6-foot-high vinyl fence with approximately a 2-foot masonry wall that it sits on top of. This is the view from the Carolina, as I said, west looking east. There's no access whatsoever. This alley effectively has been completely obliterated in terms of usage. The only way you can get to that is either through the rear yards of the abutting townhouses on the north side or the single-family homes on the south side. One of the things, I guess the concerns are, if this property, the alley is not vacated, then all of those areas that I showed you in pink are in violation, every one of them. In the petition, there is a request from the city to reserve easements over the entire length and width of the alley, which means you cannot build on it. It essentially becomes a green space. In addition to that, on the north side of the alley is a permanent 20-foot stormwater easement. That also can't be built on. So I'm not really sure. I think I've addressed all of the concerns that they've raised regarding that. EMS doesn't ever want to use the alley. The city is not going to pave that and reopen the alley. They would be locked up in litigation for years trying to straighten out and have all those different obstructions removed. I counted more than 15 different obstructions from different property owners. It's not wide enough. It makes a 90-degree turn. It's obstructed. Basically, it's unused. I don't know what else I can tell you except that it's in the best interest of the city, the best interest of public purpose to vacate this. It's not been maintained, and it would serve a public purpose to vacate this and return it. And I think that most of you council members remember that an alley is originally part of the original plat for the adjacent property owners. It's controlled and owned, underlying in fee by those individual property owners, and it's held in trust by the city. And that we're asking you to release the in trust portion and return it back to the property owners for their control. Again, nothing can be built in there with those easements. And the easements have been reserved for utilities, including TECO and People's Gas and whatever, telephone, Verizon, whatever, cable TV. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. I think that it's in the general intent of the code is that when an alley is not being used for its intended purpose and it cannot be used for its intended purpose, then it should be returned to the adjacent property owners as was provided for in the code. I think we've demonstrated that with the photographs that I've shown you. The survey was conducted by the City of Tampa's survey crew. It was an independent survey crew, not one commissioned by us or the adjacent property owners. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure that some of the other folks would like to speak about it.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Can you please put up the pink map again?
You want all three of them, or?
Just the one that shows the whole alley.
This is that's the western portion.
Okay, because just looking at this, if I'm correct, pretty much everybody on the south side has encroached into the entire alley, right? That's what it looks like.
That's the east side, so.
No, I'm looking north, like where all those pink boxes are. So if we were to approve this, these people would have to move stuff anyway, because the folks to the north would get half that space, correct?
They would be entitled to half of the space, correct?
So
I'm not sure.
we're moving stuff either way.
Yes, I'm not sure who built these different encroachments. I can't.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't
I can't
matter.
swear to, I can't tell you under oath that belongs to the people in the South. But yes, something's going to happen here, and regarding these encroachments.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's gonna have to be moved. If we approve it, it'll have to be moved because they'll have to move off of half people's property. And if we deny it, I mean.
If you deny it, you're
Then-
gonna tie
then
it
they're-
up in code enforcement for a
which,
very long time.
You know, that's, so also the same thing on the east side. So those, okay, that answers my question, thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be a very complicated unraveling.
But it's gonna be complicated either way is my point, thank you.
Either way, one way is gonna be more litigious than the other.
Anyone else? If no one else has, I have a question for legal. I'm just thinking, if we do approve this and it gets divided amongst the homeowners, is there legal ways that someone could buy out the other homeowner?
Certainly, there is opportunities for people to acquire other properties. However, I just want to be sure or be clear that generally speaking, when you vacate an alleyway, the abutting property owners on both sides, it goes down to the center line and gets divided both sides. However, there is case law that says that if a subdivision has the alleyway to itself, and then the subdivision to the north of that does not include the alleyway, then there could be some argument that one side gets it and not the other. But again, it's not the city's position to give any opinion as to private property interests.
Mr. McLean, did that finish your, I'm going to take public comments. Are you finished now?
At this point, and
I'll give you time for rebuttal.
Reserved for rebuttal.
Yes, sir.
But I'll be happy to answer any other questions from council.
Any other comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. Is there anybody in council chambers who would like to speak to this?
My name is Kim Price. I live at 2410 West Chicago Avenue. We're on the north end of that abutment that they're talking about. I don't know if you all have any of this information. I have nice 8 copies for you if you'd like. One is my objection. The second is a blow-by-blow account of all of the conversations I have had with all of the city officials for the last 2 years, coming January, trying to reinstate that alleyway.
And ma'am, are we going to be, would you like this to be received and filed?
Yes.
I
For
would.
the evidence?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
There's 2 sections, so 2 pages each person. One is my objection, the second one is the conversations. We have been trying to reinstate this alleyway since pretty much February of 2021. We're coming up on almost 2 years. Yes, it is true, they have all been encroaching on it. We want it back because we are fee simple townhomes, but we are adjoined. So one of the comments that was made was that access is cut off completely. More than half of us will have no access to the back of our property. And while 12 feet doesn't seem like much to anybody else, we've got a dead tree that cannot be ground out. We've got people who would like to build, and contrary to what the attorney earlier had said, there is room for an area to be built up. I personally have done that. City gave me a permit. I have a footer. I added 250 square feet to my townhouse, did not encroach on any of the easement. But there are sections where we will never be able to get to the back. That's where our utilities are. That's where our AC units are. And again, this is, as he mentioned, this is where Spectrum and all of that is. I spoke with Alan Vila, who sent me to Kevin Amos, who sent me to Eric Cotton, spoke with Lucky Wade. All of those surveys that were done at my request. That's not something the city just did. This is not 20 years going up with lots of litigation. Litigation is going to happen is that if you vacate this alley and they say you each get half, the city washes its hands of that alleyway and we get to litigate for our 6 feet because you're not going to have anything to do with it. But we have to fight for it. So the litigation comes to us. You have the right, as a city council, I don't care if stormwater and EMS and everybody else has said, oh, we don't care if this thing gets vacated. You have the power, you have the right, and I feel like you have the responsibility to allow us access to the back of our property. I have sent letters to Councilman Carlson back in January and twice, as did other people within my area. I'm giving you the background of why this has even come up, and I have a neighbor who has a little bit more detail on it. But we truly need you to deny. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any comments, questions, Councilman Goode?
Yeah, for the attorney.
I'm sorry, for the attorney?
Right. Ron? Ron or either Ross, either or, Ron, either Ross. I'm kind of confused here. Both of you come, kind of confused.
What was the question?
The objectioner said that she's sent several, her and the community have sent several letters to not close this alley. So I'm kind of confused.
Through the city.
Yeah,
Through the city.
she's using the term reinstate.
Utilize. I'm not an attorney.
Yeah, and I can't speak on that. I'd like to have Ron speak on that. But from what I've seen in the history of it, it's never been used technically as an alley. Doesn't look to be that way. And that's just the facts that I have. But to reinstate it, you're talking about clearing that, building a new road, and transportation mobility has to be involved with that, and that's another story at another time.
I'm just trying to figure when she says that community there, that yeah, you can see whatever they've done, and they're saying they've asked the city in reference to leaving it the way it was versus us vacating it. I'm just wondering why we didn't respond to them, or if they're not looking to have us rebuild the road in there. I'm trying to figure that out. Why is?
I can't speak as far as other departments or code enforcement if they talked to them or who they actually spoke with. But when someone did contact my group to vacate it, that's why we're here.
If you look on page,
I can't let you speak.
There's rebuttal on there for the fact that.
Ron, you speak to that, because I'm kind of confused. That whole community has been saying they want it. I mean.
Again, just like Ross, I'm not able to speak for other departments and what action they have taken or not taken or what communications they've had. I'm not privy to that. So unfortunately, I'm unable to answer your question in that regard.
All right, thank you.
If you look on, like, it says, kind of just one last thing.
Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I do have a question that might be relevant in something that I'm looking at. When was this application filed, Mr. McLean, do you know, or Mr. Sammons?
Yeah, it was in March.
Okay.
I'm sorry. This is March 16th of 2022.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You might as well. May we have a dialogue here? Or you want to hold?
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, the city council attorney just pointed out to me that in this correspondence we just got, it says that Ms. Price said, I heard back from Bill Carlson, my initial email. I received an email in January. I think you said they filed in March. But just to read it out for the record, my response says, thanks for reaching out. This is something that would likely be handled by code enforcement. At the time, I was not aware of any. I'm copying my legislative aide to put you in touch with them. City council mostly deals with land use issues, the budget, and creating new laws. City staff don't report to us, but they usually are good about following up. And then the other day, there was an email which I copied the quasi box on just to Ms. Price, just saying thank you for your email. City council members are not allowed to engage in discussions about land use issues, but I wanted to let you know that we received your email and put it in the record. That's all that comes up immediately on this. I don't see anything else since they filed, unless Ms. Price knows of something that I sent.
Well, what I wanted to show you there.
If I can, just for the record, thank you for that disclosure, and just a reminder for council for today, for this hearing or any other hearings coming forth, if there have been any ex parte communications, any verbal communications, that before going forward, you disclose the sum and substance of that and with whom it occurred. Thank you.
What he's saying is that we're required, because this is a quasi-judicial hearing, we're required to disclose any conversations we had with anyone. The initial email that you and I exchanged didn't talk about any content. I just read it out, and it was before they filed. But the second one, I did copy the quasi box. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carl, for that. Because you are submitting this now into evidence, it's public record, and I just wanted to make sure that through
I also submitted it, yeah.
For transparency, I just wanted everybody to be aware of it since this is now public record.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, briefly.
Okay, briefly, if you'll notice on there, everything that I copied says on the bottom, this is public record because it's all conversations that I had with the various law enforcement. But we were also notified July of last year that notices were getting ready to be sent by Inspector Segura to all of the people who were encroaching on the alleyway, and they were quietly going to start requiring them, they give them a period of time. Never heard anything after that, and the city just decided that they were going to let it go.
Thank you.
And I was never told why.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to speak today. Bridget Mace, 2420 West Chicago Avenue. Just want to show a few pictures just because I feel like when you're looking at these documents, it really doesn't tell the story or the whole story.
Can you pull it down or enlarge it,
Fine.
please? No, just have the way you had it. Now just pull it down so we can see.
You can look at this.
There you go.
Is that, okay, yeah, great, thank you. So just to share with you, so the comment about unused alley, or there's comments about overgrown or grass, I mean, this is actually a picture of the alley on the Stroud side. That is, as you can see, 2409, who is the petitioner, owner, and developer. That is the backyard, which is the alley. So the problem that this has posed for us is that the other side of the street's taken over the 12-foot alley and extended their backyards. And I have a couple other pictures that demonstrate that to you. But, you know, these comments about it's unused or we don't want access, it's incorrect. And we have been trying to work with the city to regain access. Whether we went about it correctly or appropriately is to be debated, but we were trying to work the way that we were given a path in order to get some kind of due process because we have no access to the back of the property. So if you look at a couple of the photos, what you see is the encroachments, that you're not looking at the map, you're actually looking at this picture, some encroachments in the alley. And then I think the biggest point that I would make here today to make sure that you see it is imagine this photo shows multiple photos of things that people have had in their backyard. And again, we're fee simple. There's no other way to get to the back. So you have to walk through the inside of your townhouse and out the front door and vice versa to take construction or yard debris and things of that nature out. And as well as there's room in the back. People are building sunrooms and different things because it doesn't encroach on the easement. Part of the reason that we have up the fence is because Stroud had already taken over the alley. So if like I can put a gate up, I can swap out my fence and put a gate up. But what would be the point in putting up a gate if you're opening it into somebody's yard? I mean, that really wouldn't bode well for privacy. So again, just a picture of some of those encroachments. And then if you could just show them that bottom. And then I think what you see here again is some renderings and the pictures in the middle showing the townhomes. What that shows you is that we don't have access to the backyard. And that's really what we want. And we're just asking you to, whatever that solution is, to work with us because we just need access to the back of our property. Any questions?
Are you, any comments or any questions? Could I, do you want me to go?
Yeah, is it okay?
Please.
Okay. This is a question for legal or staff, maybe while these ladies are still standing there, but if the neighbors thought that they were applying for a process to reopen, could you tell us what that process was and how did this one supersede that, or did it? Can you just tell us, it's like kind of dual processes somehow?
As far as reopening I'm sorry, Ron Wigington, Legal Department, as far as reopening the alleyway to use it as transportation?
Yeah, I think based on what the testimony they just gave, they thought they were working with the city to reopen the alley. What was the status of that process, and did it start before or after this?
Again, unfortunately, I was not privy to those negotiations, so I don't know what efforts were made to reopen the alleyway or what requests have been made. I know that there have been requests, but I don't know what the action was taken by the city, whether it be the mobility department or code enforcement.
I wonder if any of the people they communicated with are here.
Councilman Carlson, you finished?
Thank you.
Councilman Hurtak.
Can we request to have staff come down and someone who was involved so we could get some answers? Because we can't, we need the people who were involved.
Certainly, and in that case, should that be the council's pleasure, then I would recommend that you continue the first reading.
Can I ask a question quickly? Is that all right? Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Miranda.
I've just, in all my years of public service, I never heard of one like this in my life. In my
Very
life,
unique.
because now you have two parties. One wants to close it, the other wants to leave it, but it's already closed. It's closed on both sides, and somebody's using some parts of the alley, and somebody wants that part of the alley, so I think there's a squabble between the homeowners, not us.
I would concur.
It is, because it's our land.
But it's a city land, and somebody's taking over. I'm not here, that's up to somebody else to decide.
Just to be
And
very
charging
clear,
somebody.
I'm sorry, it is not city land. The only interest that the city may have is an easement, whether it be right-of-way, utility, or otherwise a fee.
But being an easement, nobody's paying tax on an easement. So in essence, it's a city property.
That's not necessarily true either.
Well, I
Again,
understand. I'm not arguing with the attorney, I'll lose.
And I'm not a tax expert, but I know enough to get myself into trouble.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, certainly.
Can you put back that photo that has the blue lawn chairs that somebody has taken over? The easement.
Sure, certainly.
Thank you. That vinyl fence on the right-hand side of that picture, is that your fence?
We own the fence and we installed it, and it is flexible where we can add gates, but we can't because of this encroachment.
But you don't have a gate now?
Some of us do and some of us don't.
Okay.
And the reason
When
some
was
of
that,
us,
when was that fence put in?
I would have to double check the
Give
year.
me a rough estimate, 5 years, 10 years?
2015.
15 years?
2015, maybe
2015.
within the
So
past 7
We're
years.
looking at 7 years.
Yeah.
Okay, and you personally don't have a fence to that. So in 7 years, you haven't actually had access to that.
Yes, right, that's correct. So we haven't had access, and if you look at it, this is an alley. What this has caused that I neglected to mention earlier is different issues with the neighbors, because you have to look at it. We own that entire block because we have a 21 unit.
How many, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
But I'm just trying to get some quick answers before
Yep.
we.
Certainly.
Of all the condominium owners or townhome owners, how many have fences?
It's a perimeter fence around the property.
On this alleyway, how many units own fences?
There would be 12 on that side.
Okay, and how many have gates?
One, I believe.
So in the
one
last 7
on that
years,
side.
only one person has been able to get into the alleyway that's been
Well,
built on.
and technically, that's correct, but technically they're crossing the parking lot of a condo building to get there. So technically for us to get to our back, which has happened, we had a condemned city tree in the back of one of the properties. They had to get permission from a Stroud homeowner to go through their yard in order to get to the property. But if the alley was there, like it should be, they would not have to do that. And then they did damage to their yard. The owner had to pay for it as a responsibility because they had to gain access through Stroud. That's also was the issue with the particular property that's shown. There was a dog bite because a foster dog was in the back on our side, and a child reached under the fence, and the dog bit their hand. And if the alley was there, that would have created space for that incident not to happen. So we were like, what's going to happen next, right?
Thank you. And does anybody have a garage in the townhomes? Does anybody have a garage in the back?
Not in the back, only in the front.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I said I need to leave near
Yes.
5, so just for the public.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being able to be around for this.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Good.
With all due respect, sir, I mean, I think Councilwoman has also says that we need more information. I would hate to continue.
No, I was just asking my question, and we're going to continue. No, I was just asking questions.
All right.
I wanted to be able to get my questions
Okay, all
in
right.
before we went to continue. With all due respect, Councilman, I've been emphasizing this. You all have all this unlimited time to talk, but before we go make a movement, I would like to be able to have my say or my question. Okay. Yes, ma'am, please.
Yeah, hi.
Proceed.
I'm Dr. Risa Gardner. I am at 2403 West Stroud. I'm one of the, quote, Stroud misfits that the condo is referring to. We are on the far east side of Stroud and Glen, which is, I don't know. I'm not sure how this works.
You got it. You have it correct. You have it correct.
Okay, so we are where? Here? Yes. On Stroud. Okay, we're here. This is the side here. First of all, there's nothing built here. These are bricks and sand that the city gave us permission to put. It was a dirt driveway, so basically we didn't claim it. We just put the bricks in. We were given permission to do so. I've been at the house since 1989, okay? When I bought the house, the fence was up. It wasn't the plastic one, it was a wooden fence, was up, okay? And long story short, when they did change the fence in reference to the dog bite, the fence has a gap this big. The people that put the fence up left rusted rebar and wire sticking out, okay? So, anybody putting their hand through the fence, number one, could have gotten cut, okay? And if it was an alley, anybody could walk back there, stick their hands, and there would be more people sticking their hands underneath the fence, okay? That is, you could check it at rusted, rebar, wire, and broken glass all along the bottom. So the fence has been there since before 1989. The only way for these people to have access to the back of their property would be to open up a space, okay? If they give us 6 feet and we do 6 feet, guess what? There's still no space. So for them to get out the back, which they bought the condos, there was no access to the back, okay? It would have to be made an alley, an open alley, I guess, where you clear cut, take down good 200-year-old oak trees to do so. There was another, I'm going to make a reference to this because I really feel that there are some people in the condos that are misleading, making misleading statements. There was a letter discussing how dangerous it was not to have back access. There was a fire they mentioned where a gentleman died because they, quote, couldn't have access. The fire was on the north side. It did not butt up to the neighbors on Stroud. It was on the north side. And if you notice, Chicago was a big street for them to get down. The gentleman, actually, a friend of mine's sister was staying with this gentleman. He was disabled and couldn't get out of the condo. It had nothing to do with access. The fire trucks were there instantly. I heard them and I went around and I saw what happened.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, there's one other thing, if you don't mind.
Your time is up. We're all only allotted
Okay.
a certain amount of time. I thank you.
All right. Appreciate it. I believe it's out of spite that they're requesting
I'm
this.
not gonna get into neighbor squabbles.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine. I don't allow
Councilwoman
things that are not
Councilwoman
true to be
Hurtak,
said.
You had a motion you wanted to make.
Yes, make a motion that we can.
Hang, I'm
Wait a
sorry.
minute, I have a rebuttal time here.
Have your rebuttal time.
I mean, I just think that, you know, we've gone far afield of this issue. Their design issues regarding their townhouses have nothing to do with vacating the alley. Every one of those properties is designed exactly the same way. They're all fenced off. I mean, I've looked at that alley. I haven't seen a single gate that accesses it off of the Chicago side. None. I mean, if it's the council's wishes to continue this for additional discussion, for mobility, I showed you the checklist. They signed off on this. The city does not have the money to reinstate, to reopen and pave this alley. They don't have it. They barely have enough money to maintain the alleys we have. And that's why they signed off on it. EMS and the emergency services, they signed off on it. They don't access it but via the rear. They have a very wide street in the front on the Chicago side with they access for all of these things. If somebody has a hardship regarding accessing their rear house, the rear part of their home, because they bought that, I don't have any control over that, and that's gonna remain. I don't know what else to say, except that, you know, if it's the council's wishes to continue, you know, that's fine, we'll continue and move on. But I don't think it's fair to this petitioner to be held responsible for design issues.
Mr. Shelby,
Yes.
does a petitioner have to agree to the request of a continuance by council?
He has the right to have it heard if that's his decision. If he objects to the continuance, then certainly he goes forward with whatever council's decision is. If council believes that they need a continuance,
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak, you have a motion you want to make?
but
Mr. Shelby,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I mean, I feel uncomfortable to keep hearing this, and we have more questions that we want to ask staff. So I don't know why we're gonna continue to hear people when I want to hear from staff, and I don't have staff here.
And what are the relevant questions that you would ask staff? If I
It doesn't matter what the relevance is. I want staff here to ask whatever questions I want to ask, Ms. Shelby. So my thing is this: if the councilwoman is asking for a continue because she has other questions as well, I don't understand why we can't go in. On the advice of the attorney, already said if we have more questions that he can't answer or Ross, the staff, can't answer, he would suggest that we go ahead and do a continuance.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know why we're going to keep going down this road.
If Mr. Michelini, he indicated he didn't object. Is that correct, Mr. Michelini?
I'm not objecting. The only thing is, I mean, people have already testified. I think that testimony ought to be enough and sufficient for this hearing.
Well, it turns out that people had registered to.
No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the ones who've already spoken.
The ones who've already spoken don't get a chance to speak a second time.
So
if
I
it's
just
been
wanted a
continued.
confirmation of that.
Now, what happens to the people who've been waiting online? And also, I should point out, counsel, that there are other hearings to be heard today, and there are other people to testify, and I hear that we're going to be losing another council member shortly. So I just want to be clear on that. So let's just, what is it council's pleasure with regard to the people who are waiting to testify? They are online, they've been waiting. It is now, what, 4:50 in the afternoon?
Mr. Shelby, if it's continued, they can testify that the next time it comes back. But I'm just saying, if we have questions and Mr. Wington can't answer them, and neither can Ross, I don't understand why we're going down this road if we still have questions and it's after going on 5 o'clock and you know staff is not here to answer those questions.
Well,
Excuse me, but counsel, which members of the staff do you want to be present? Mobility or?
Whoever can answer our questions.
what is that?
But-
And
but
that's
I
why I
don't-
was asking what the questions were.
But I don't know what the questions are.
Well, Ross is here. It matter with the question. Ross is here. We don't know when this application was filed previously for reinstatement. We don't know why was it not reinstated. I mean, we have questions to find out what's going on, and we don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on that. As far as reinstatements, petitioners don't come to land development or my department to reinstate an alley. Only to vacate. We only do encroachments, release of easements. That's That's what we deal with.
Well, obviously,
As
there's-
far as code enforcements, again, I can't speak on that, and I don't know when they filed a code violation or when a citation was
I just think this
taking
needs to
place.
have more research, Ross.
Sure.
More research needs to be done. I don't care about if the city doesn't want to go and pave an alley. We got plenty of alleys that are not closed, that are not paved, that have all kind of stuff in them. So to me, about a road being paved, I don't really care about that. I just want the information to find out what these folks were saying first. If they didn't have an opportunity, these folks didn't have an opportunity to get their case heard,
Yeah.
do what we need to do versus Mr. Lincoln or is bringing somebody else. What do you want to
Yeah.
do? I want the facts. So I don't want to keep continuing
Sure.
it.
And
We're going
I-
to just go do what we have to do.
And I feel like you need to make your clear questions now, so legal department can, and myself can reach out to see who needs to properly answer those questions.
Can I ask a question?
Councilman Miranda, Councilman Goose, is your line of questioning finished?
No,
For now.
If you're asking
Then-
that, Ross,
And then we'll have Councilman.
if you're saying that, Ross, and automatic, everything you said,
No.
you need mobility, you need code, and land development, whoever, all those three
Please do that.
entities to be able to say what happened when these folks went to try to do what they needed to do and give us answers about this alleyway. It's simple.
Sounds like a plan.
Yes, sir.
Are you now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Hurtak.
So, I mean, we just got this email, thread, and again, I haven't had time to read it because I just got it. But it looks if I'm just looking through it, it looks like code enforcement, neighborhood enhancement was involved, looks like development, growth, and management was involved, looks like the city surveyor was involved. So we just have a lot of things, and I mean, I don't have enough time to, code enforcement supervisor, and then Bill Carlson, which we already talked about, and now we're back to code enforcement, neighborhood enhancement. So so those folks, the people who are on this email, it would be handy so that they could help provide the timeline. What we're looking for is a timeline of how this all started with. Like, how did it all start? How do we get this nice survey? Why do we have the nice survey? If it was a city survey, why? So it sounds like all those people need to be involved in this.
Understand, Councilwoman. Ron Wigginton, Legal Department, and yes, I understand who needs to be present for the next hearing, if you will. However, I would like to make a comment as to the people that have not had an opportunity to make their public comments. I would recommend that they be heard because, number one, they could have an impact on whether you want to continue this case or not. And then number two, they may not be available for the continued first reading, so I just think it would be appropriate.
Are you finished
Yes,
with the
I
only
am,
question?
thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Let me see if I can put all this together. This is an alley that's not closed in theory, legally, right? But yet on both sides, there's a fence on it.
Technically, the alleyway is closed, so not by any action
Right,
on the
but
city.
both sides of the alley on whatever, east and west or north and south, they're closed.
Yes, sir.
So then, I would imagine that somebody wanted to expand their property and did. That's what I think I see. Now, the alley is not closed, but it's closed in theory, because somebody went in and did their 6 feet or whatever, or maybe they took the whole 12 feet, I don't know. Now comes a petitioner who evidently must have bought a piece of property. This is what I can figure out, and they want to move into the alley and they can't. Is that what it is?
Again, it's
I wanna
really,
simplify it.
it's really a property question here, because who really basically owns the underlying fee? So that's where it gets really, really tricky about who's encroaching on who.
You can't build in that alley, so we're not trying to build in it.
No, I understand
But
that.
people already have.
People already have.
I understand that, but this petition is designed to try to straighten that out. And that's fine, the continuance is fine and warranted, but get the other parties out here and get them to explain to you why that alley cannot be reopened. That's fine.
When I used to listen to Judge Wamper, he had cases like this before.
All right, Madam Clerk, we have people online. I'm sorry. Councilman Carlson.
Councilman, question number 5, Ms. Price. I just scanned the emails, and it looks like it started with my office where we diagnosed it as a code enforcement issue, and you were going back and forth with Kevin Amos, who is in code enforcement. But when you and your neighbor spoke, you said that somebody gave you the indication, you or she said that somebody gave you the indication that you were in some kind of process to to reestablish the alley.
Right, if you
That
go
was-
to 729, which is about page 4, at the very bottom, you'll see that Kevin Amos sent us notice that they were quietly starting to provide notices to the people in Stroud as to their encroachment, and they would be given ample time and a certain amount of time to remedy it and get everything off of there.
So was there, my question is this, we're trying to figure out who to bring back for the next hearing if we have it.
Lucky Wade, Clarence Wade, Kevin Amos, Eric Cotton, Nicole Segura, who is the inspector. All of those people are the people I've dealt with. Barbara Lynch, who has been the one who has told me where to go to each time. But I've just been chasing my tail it's been almost 2 years. And I would like to say, under no circumstances is anything of this punitive, or there's nothing about this except for the fact that we would like to build on the back of our property. We don't want to build on the alleyway. We have room to build. And we can't.
I think
There's
you,
nothing.
sorry, they're gonna cut you off because you already took your 3
Yeah.
minutes, but just to answer the question, you rattled off a whole bunch of names. I would just ask staff to replay this and get that list and invite those folks to the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all the people that are online that are going to be giving any type of testimony, can you please raise your hand to be sworn in? Are these the only 2 people we have?
I have Felicia Livingood. She needs to enable her video. And Stephanie Pointer, it doesn't look like you have video capability right now. She may want to log out and log back in. But the other ones could be sworn in for now.
Then let's go with these 2 gentlemen here that are on camera now. Gentlemen, can you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Robert, let's go with you first.
How's it going? My name is Robert Montanino. I've been a homeowner of 2408 West Chicago Avenue since 2018, and would just like to state my case that I am against the abolishment of the alleyway. The attorney earlier said that there has been no use of the alleyway, and I feel like this is a bit of a misrepresentation because the owners on West Stroud Avenue have illegally encroached on the 12 feet that the alleyway was supposed to be built upon. Because of this, and due to the fact that our houses are not freestanding homes, it is difficult for us to access the back of our house to have either people come work on it, do renovations to the house, access large pieces of equipment such as our AC units. And because of this, we were denied some of the access that the people on West Stroud are entitled to. And because of their illegal use of the alleyway of the 12 feet that they have built upon, that is supposed to be used for the public benefit of both West Stroud residents along with the West Chicago residents of West Chicago Avenue, we have not had the ability to utilize this, and we would like to have the alleyway reopened for the future.
Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very, very much. Patrick, we'll take you next. Patrick, unmute yourself, please.
Hi, council members. My name is Patrick Montanino. I agree with the prior gentleman said. I'm against the abolishment of the alleyway. The one thing I would like to focus in on is that the fence that was built for the West Chicago townhomes is not in the alleyway. And basically, the homeowners on West Stroud have encroached 12 feet, the entire alleyway. So that the fence on the West Chicago side is it's not in the alleyway. And I guess there's no fence on the other side on the West Stroud. It's just their backyards, essentially. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lovingood, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, council members. Thank you so much for the time today, and thank you for your patience. I know a 5 o'clock testimony right now is probably testing everyone's patience, but thank you for your time. I just wanted to say, as a new homeowner in this townhome, that I believe the panels at the back, there was a bit of statement about how the fence was built and its access was kind of blocked off kind of on our hands. And rather, the panels slide out pretty easily. I don't think that it would have been in our best interest to build a fence with gates attached to someone's backyard. And again, just to reiterate on the access portion, we'd like to be able to access our backyards. With the recent hurricane, there's been a lot of debris. I know you guys saw pictures of that. So just to be able to have the ability, and Stroud would have that ability as well, to use that back alleyway.
For the record, could you please state your name?
Felicia Livingood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have anyone else online?
Well, Stephanie Porter seems to be having some technical issues. She was the last speaker I was off of.
That's it then.
All right. Well, Councilwoman Hurtak, would you like to make your motion?
I make a motion that we continue this until we can have the staff involved in this email chain available.
And a date and time certain, please. That's required to keep notice.
Yes, but
for
when,
the-
when do we have time for that?
Staff
Like,
might be, Mr. Do you know, would you be able to speak for staff?
Since there's going to be several staff members that need to be notified and prepared, I would request at least 45 days unless the applicant has any objection to that. 45 days or?
Mr. Michelini?
You know, as Mr. Miranda said, that this is a unique situation, so if I think that staff needs 45 days, that's fine. I would request that we have it on a day when you not have so many hearings signed up.
I think we would all request that.
I'm here for the duration. However, you have other people who probably don't want to spend all day.
I apologize, everyone. Ms. Pointer, can you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Are you unmuted, Ms. Pointer? Look at the sign.
Now I am. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Raise your right hand to be sworn in, Ms. Pointer.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
As much as I appreciate it, could you please take the sign down behind you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody just muted that.
And just for the record, I didn't give her that sign. That's an old sign from 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's somebody really cute who's like 5 gave it to me a little bit ago. I just set it up there. I'm sorry. I had no idea it was up there. Okay, so here's what I want to point out. There are 7 letters against this, in opposition to this, in Acela that have been in there since August. There's no excuse for this stuff coming up last minute at the hearing. This was misnoticed before, and I'm sorry, but people do things that they're not allowed to do without permission, but that doesn't excuse them doing that. So I'm really, really confused about how we should vacate this alleyway that's actually needed. Those folks, if they want to cut down a tree, they will either have to get permission from one of the people on the south side, or they have to drag it through their house. There's no way around. They don't have sides to the house. And but 7 letters in Acela, and we're showing up here, and how many code enforcements were filed? That's the real answer. That's the real question. How many times did they call code enforcement and they asked for assistance from code enforcement before this vacation was ever filed? It doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to me. And actually, Ms. Bridget has a whole lot more information in PowerPoint that'll make the hair stand up on the back of your neck. This to me is just it. Yeah, it needs to be postponed, but it actually just needs to be returned to what it should be, which is an alleyway. And these folks who live on Chicago didn't make a big deal out of it because they're nice people. That doesn't entitle everybody else to steal the land behind their house. Sorry, not sorry. Y'all have a good day. Sorry I was late.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak, would you like to finally make your motion?
I did. But the date, what's 45 days from now? Sounds like December.
I apologize to interrupt, but I've just been told by staff and others that 30 days is enough time.
Okay. Grand. So today is the 20th, and so that would bring us to the 17th. And if we could make that time certain at 1:30, since that's when our,
You could make it whatever time certain you want, but what you say is when you make it time certain, whatever's happening has to be wrapped up and then you go right to
okay,
it.
then I would just put it first on those, at the, what is it?
On the what, the 1:30?
Won't ever get to the rest of them.
We need to address this. How do you, Madam Clerk, you had a suggestion?
Yes, what is your suggestion?
That's
Thank
it.
you. That's
All right.
exactly what I would like. 10:30 a.m. as the first item under that section. That's what I was looking for.
Second.
A
Second.
time under that. Thank you so much.
And what time?
Good now.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Councilman Carlson.
Mr. Shelby, can you just make it clear, I think you all said a little while ago that when it comes back, the people who spoke a public comment now cannot speak again. Can you just clarify that? No.
I can clarify it because the answer is, barring any changes, that they can't speak again, but if there is something that does substantively change, and I don't think it is because to vacate, they normally would not have the opportunity to speak again. So the answer is, unless there's something substantive that is produced prior to the hearing, no, they wouldn't have an opportunity to speak again. They can certainly communicate by writing.
Yeah, you have Councilman Miranda.
I'm not disagreeing with our city attorney, council attorney, but however, whatever's coming, the new people that are coming, that they're bringing new testimony. So you're going to avoid these individuals from questioning the people that are coming in that may present a testimony that you want to hear. It's not fair to them because they haven't heard the testimony of the land use officers or whoever it is.
Yeah, and I was just asking for clarification,
Yeah, no,
but it
I
sounds like
understand.
there will be,
I understand.
they will be able to speak because there'll be new testimony, right?
Well, the thing is that it won't be new testimony from the petitioner, from Mr. Michelini. And the thing is, we've had issues where the first person who speaks, the last person who speaks wants to address something they heard before, and we don't allow that during the same hearing. So it'll be council's pleasure, but I would say that it's not like a new site plan coming in where there is changes by the petitioner to a plan, and then they have the opportunity to comment on only the changes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was letting you finish first. Councilman Goode, you are now
Of course,
recognized.
I'm not an attorney. I don't have any education, but if we're asking all these people to come in to give testimony and testify to what they did or what they didn't do, then those folks, that would be new testimony, wouldn't that, sir?
We're talking about the people who you heard testimony from today.
Right.
Whether they would have the opportunity to come back and take another 3 minutes. And at first, and normally during regular rezonings, we do not allow that. If you feel, and they're present, that you want to ask them questions, that's one thing, but to give everybody another opportunity to rehash what they've already previously said would be redundant.
I can see that point.
And that extends your hearing.
Well, I guess we'll play that by ear when we get there in 30
And
days.
here again, if I may, Mr. Chairman, this is not a zoning matter. This is not a zoning. This is a hearing that, how would I feel, how would anyone here feel if you were one here that gave testimony today and there's some people coming in and you can't speak because you already gave up your 3 minutes? To me, that's unconstitutional.
Well, if that's the case, then.
No, I'm not an attorney. I'm just saying my part.
No, I understand Mr. Miranda's point, and I respect that. And that being the case, as long as people are on notice that council is willing to do that, then they are on notice that they can do it, and that's fine too. So you can make that part of your motion if you wish, or just by unanimous consent, either way.
Do I need to add that in my motion? And that I might as well, that way everybody knows that the public will be able to speak again on this item.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Goode. You are amenable to the condition, to the continuance. Mr. Michelini?
Yes, sir, I would.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the continuance request only? Is there anyone online that would still like to speak to continuance request only? Thank you. Let's have a roll call on this motion.
Goods,
Yes.
Viera, Maniscalco. Yes. Miranda.
Yes.
Pertek.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Charles.
Yep. Just scheduling thing. I have to pick up my kids before 6, so I need to have a hard stop about 5:30. There's a big case coming up in 2 or 3 cases. I can either leave at 5:30, and if we haven't hit that one, then I won't be here. Or the alternative is that we can move that one forward, or another alternative is that I can go get my kids and hope that I make it back in time for that case. Which would you prefer?
Well, we have spent the greater part of the day talking about 84 cases that, in my opinion, could have been heard by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So if you wish to look at the audience right there and ask them, can we move the case that you're interested in or that you feel is the most important, please, by all means, do then make a motion.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Mr. Shelby, please.
Just make a motion that.
Just make a motion.
I'll make a motion,
Councilman Carlson,
whatever
make a
case it is, to put it up now. Because you were gonna be one short, and that, for the public, I'd rather have.
Can I ask
council members here.
Can I just ask the audience, how many of you are here for item number 89? And then,
We've already had one request from a person in the audience that wants to have their case heard too. So make your motion, let's see where it goes.
or, no, the
We're
question,
spending
I'd
time talking about it, just please make your motion.
like to make a motion to move item number 89 to be the next item.
Yes,
If I could, I'm sorry to talk out of turn. I'm number 86, which is a complementary item to a previous item on the agenda. And I had a 5 o'clock appointment at Rampella with my children, and I'm missing their mega night right now, so.
so we're spending time talking about this. Is there a second to Councilman Carlson's motion? Aye. We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco.
All in favor?
Let's call for a vote.
All in favor?
Roll call vote.
Please.
Please. Thank you, sir. I will give you your time when it's time. Roll call vote, please.
Goods,
I feel uncomfortable. I mean, I feel we just go. If Mr. Carlson has to leave, he leaves, he comes back. You know, Sprinkler, I'm gonna say no. I just think my point is, I think we should just go.
Thank you. Next vote, please.
Viera, Maniscalco.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Pertek.
I'm gonna abstain because I wasn't here.
Wait, do you know what the motion is?
Sure, yeah, just tell me what the motion is.
It was just to move item number 89 to be the next item. And there was, oh, because my choices are either have to leave at 5:30 or I have to go get my kids and bring them back here. And so the solution we talked about was putting item 89 next.
It's going out of order to get to a case that he feels is more relevant than the rest.
No, that's not, that's putting words in my mouth.
Well, then why are we hearing that first? Beforehand.
I'm
sorry, let's take the vote.
What I did is I gave you a choice, which would you prefer, and I'm happy.
And I'm just chairing this meeting, I'm not the council, but let's go with the vote.
Because if we don't have a quorum, we can't vote on the issues. That's why I was trying to be polite. I could just leave, but instead I tried to ask you all what your preference was.
Again, let's finish the vote.
So the vote is for you to go and get your kids and come
No,
back?
the vote was to move item.
Hear a case.
89 up next.
Move it up.
89 up next.
Okay, yes.
Carlson
Yes.
and Citro.
We have let's please move forward.
Citro, you said yes?
Yes.
Motion carried with Goose voting no, and Viera being absent.
So which is it that we're going to hear, 89?
That's what you just wrote.
Agenda item number 89, file number FN 21-125-C. Is this an actual hearing, or are we just hearing recommendations to put something on a hearing?
No.
Susan Johnson-Velez, Senior
Thank
Assistant
you.
City Attorney. This is a public hearing, so,
Make sure everybody's sworn.
and if I could ask for the PowerPoint to be brought up, please?
I'm sorry?
I'm just sorry, just to make sure to ensure everybody's been sworn, if there were any latecomers.
Yes. Has everybody been sworn? If not, can you please stand to be sworn in? If you're going to give any type of testimony today, could you please be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give is true and the truth?
Okay. Yes. This was gonna be.
So, there should be a PowerPoint coming up any second now.
All right, yes, ma'am, go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm just waiting on my PowerPoint to pop up on the screen here.
There it is.
Okay, there it is. So, council, this is a public hearing on consideration of a recommended order on a petition for review of formal decision number 21-125. Review hearings on formal decisions are governed by section 27-61J1 of your Land Development Code. In this case, the authorized agent for the property owner is Mr. Jason Accardi. The aggrieved party, the petitioner who filed the request for review in this case, is Joseph Caldwell, who at one time was represented by Justin Dees. And the hearing officer recommendation after the conduct of the hearing was that City Council deny Mr. Caldwell's request to reverse the August 31st, 2021 formal decision. So the subject properties of the formal decision were two properties located in Ybor City at 1916 and 1918 East Fifth Avenue. Prior to 2000, these properties were zoned YC6. And in 2000, the city initiated an area-wide rezoning, but property owners could at the time opt out of that area-wide rezoning by submitting a letter to the city requesting that they be excluded from the rezoning. The city was provided a letter that was dated March 8th of 2000 for both of these properties, asking to be excluded from this area-wide rezoning and for the properties to retain their YC6 zoning classification. For reasons that we're not clear of at this point, the properties were inadvertently rezoned from YC6 to YC7. So the authorized agent, Mr. Carty, in May of last year, 2021, filed an application requesting a formal determination for these two properties because his desire was to use these two properties as parking lots. And so the zoning classification is important because the YC6 classification that the properties were originally allows parking as a principal use. The YC7 classification does not allow parking as a principal use. So this inadvertent rezoning resulted in Mr. Carty not being able to use the two lots as a parking lot. The zoning administrator issued a decision letter on August 30th of 2021, determining that the properties were in fact inadvertently rezoned or reclassified to YC7, and based on the letter that the city received from 2000 requesting exclusion of these properties, the properties should have retained their YC6 classification. So Mr. Caldwell, in response to the formal decision letter, filed a petition for review. Under the code, because it's of the type of decision it is, it undergoes a review hearing before a hearing officer. And that hearing officer is the one who conducts a de novo hearing where he does fact-finding and, evaluates the evidence and the testimony and then issues a recommended order. And that is the order that's before council for consideration today. So based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law and the evidence that the hearing officer heard and testimony that he received during the hearing officer recommended upholding the zoning administrator's decision that determined that the properties should have retained their YC6 zoning classification that again allows parking as a principal use for these two lots. The hearing officer also recommended that the city take corrective action to reclassify both of these lots to the YC6 classification. So again, council's, the purpose of this public hearing is for council to consider the recommendation of the hearing officer. And again, that was to deny the petition for review and affirm the zoning administrator's formal decision.
So following this public hearing, council has a number of possible actions that it could take. It could either adopt the recommended order as the final order, it could modify the recommended order, it could reject the recommended order, or it could remand the matter back to the hearing officer for further fact-finding if you determine that that is necessary. So in a moment, I'm going to talk about exceptions and oral argument that are also provided for under the code. But we have received a number of exceptions, and we have received a number of requests for oral argument. So under the code, all parties are entitled to provide or have 10 working days prior to the date of council hearing to file exceptions to the recommended order with the city clerk. So those exceptions have to consist of objections to the findings of fact or conclusions of law that are contained in the hearing officer's recommended order. The exceptions have to identify what portion of the recommended order they are disputing, and they also have to provide a basis for the exception. Once the clerk receives all those exceptions, the clerk then forwards the hearing officer's recommended order and the exceptions to city council, along with all of the evidence, the documentary evidence that was received during the hearing. And for this particular hearing, the clerk did forward those to city council via email on October 12th of 2022. So again, city council can also allow oral argument upon the request, upon its own motion, or upon a request being filed by a party. So if a party is going to request oral argument, the party must do so by filing a request for oral argument concurrent with the filing of any exceptions to the recommended order. And city council under the code may only allow for oral argument if they find that the hearing officer did not address a matter that was introduced into the record at the hearing officer hearing, or the recommended order contains an ambiguity. City council may also limit the scope of oral argument, and it is your city council attorney's duty under the code to review the requests for oral argument and the exceptions and make a recommendation as to whether they meet the criteria under the code. So if council allows oral argument, I just want you to be aware that under the code, the content of the testimony has to be the same as the testimony that was offered at the hearing officer hearing. Staff and each party are allowed up to 10 minutes to speak under oral argument. Non-party participants have 3 minutes to speak, and no person may submit any new evidence to city council. Again, we did receive a number of exceptions and requests for oral argument. In a moment, I'll have Mr. Shelby provide your recommendation, or his recommendation, as to whether those meet the criteria under the code. But the legal department has reviewed the various exceptions that we have received, and we do believe that there may be additional fact-finding that may be required and warranted in this case. And so certainly, council, it will be your pleasure as to whether or not you open it for oral argument, but at the conclusion of the hearing, we will be recommending that you remand back to the hearing officer for further fact-finding.
I am going to go, Councilwoman.
May I address that, please, Mr. Chairman? I'm sorry. Statutorily, is that called for in the statute, in the code, to remand without a specific discussion? Because you and I have not had that discussion as to a recommendation.
It's allowed under the code for council to remand if they find that there is further fact-finding required.
But they'd have to state specifically and what facts they'd want to be able to have brought to the hearing officer. Is that correct?
We would certainly advise them to that after following the public hearing.
That's the question as to whether you'd be advising them. But we'll discuss that. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go first with Councilwoman Hurtak, then Councilman Carlson, Councilman Goods. I have a procedural question. You go back to what you were saying about we hearing testimony, but it has to be the same testimony that was given. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
If we do not have minutes or
Recognize. I'm not asking to interrupt.
or records of what was said, to what context is it that it has to be the same testimony?
May I, sir?
Well,
show it.
Thank you. Council, on the suggestion of the city attorney's office, which I thought was a very good suggestion, I emailed you the link this past week to the hearing on YouTube, which ran 1 hour and 15 minutes, and you had the opportunity to hear You did.
I
Yep.
watched, but
That's-
I'm wanting the rest of the council members to know, the people that are out, the people that are watching
Excellent.
this on television, to know that even though we don't have the physical records in front of us, or the whatchamacallit, the records of it, how are we supposed to know whether it's the same or not? Please, Ms.
Yes,
Susan
thank you,
Johnson
Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson Velez. The legal department, Ms. Pettis-Mackle and I do have a record of statements that were made during the hearing, so we will be able to confirm with each speaker whether or not they are confining their comments to those that were made in front of the hearing officer, or whether they're exceeding them.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Hurtak.
So yes, like Chairman Citro, I also watched the hour and 15-minute
Video.
case. And I had a couple of questions before we even get started. Once a formal decision is issued, how long does someone have to rebut that?
Petitioner has 10 working days?
I believe it's
10 working days.
14 working days.
Okay.
And working days, not calendar days, so it's almost 3 weeks.
Oh, okay. Then that answers my question.
Councilman Carlson.
I also watched the video and read the documents. It seems to me that the case centered around the document that was provided from 2000.
That's correct.
And you presented it as fact. Half or so of the discussion was about the custody of that document. And the petitioner testified that they had submitted it and that they found it in a box, but the city did not present any testimony as to having found it in their file. So my question is there any new testimony or evidence? Has the city done any kind of forensic look to see? I don't know if that's kept in the clerk's office or real estate or somewhere else, but is there any city testimony that document existed? And if not, what's the policy of the city regarding claims made by any kind of petitioner if if there's no record of a document at the city?
If I can, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shelby.
You're asking questions based on your view of the hearing. I guess my question, and I guess it would be a question to legal, you're stating, rather than having you respond to these, is it not best to go through the process and have the exceptions heard?
I'm asking for I'm asking for a question from the city, which was not discussed there based on what I saw in the video. Has the city done any forensic analysis of whether that document existed?
Mr. Carlson, I think that's outside the scope of this hearing right now at this point in time by the presentation by Ms. Johnson Velez.
I think what she just said is if we need, we could go send it back. I forgot the term.
You could remand it.
We could
You
remand
to
it
the
if we
hearing
need
officer.
additional information. And the additional information, it seems like between that hearing and this, somebody in the city would have done a forensic analysis to see if the document ever existed.
Well, that would be new evidence if that's the case, and then it's not really appropriate to bring it up at this point in time.
So can I make a motion to remand it?
Have you heard the entire basis for what possibly could be the basis for a remand? Because you have to do it with specificity.
There may be other matters, there may be other matters that related to this that you would like to remand for, so it may be worthwhile to hear from, if it's council's pleasure. I mean, Mr. Shelby could provide you with his recommendation on whether or not special exceptions and requests for oral argument satisfy the code, and then council could determine whether you would like to hear oral argument, and then you could take action after that. I'm certainly happy to.
Councilman Goods.
Sometimes things are just simple stupid. Sometimes things are just simple stupid. City attorney who's just coming for us has already said they recommend we remand it because they found some some ambiguities. I don't want to waste a whole bunch of time hearing oral argument on it when you've already said or stated there's some issues that are going on and more fact-finding needs to be done. It's clear. That's been clear. I've looked at it, read it. Last time we talked about the document, we talked about the Y6, Y7. To me, does YC7 supersede Y6? I mean, there are other questions that need to be asked, and I don't want to waste a lot of time on this. Mr. Shelby, how we need to craft it with the language to go to them. In my opinion, I'm going to support it be remanded back to the magistrate to ask those fact-finding questions about the Y6, Y7 that supersedes it, and those documents or the fact-finding about the documents. I mean, that's the basis of this whole case right now. It's the document.
He did it.
So I mean, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Hurtak.
I forgot my line is similar, my line of questioning is similar to Councilman Carlson, in that this says here that no person may submit new evidence. I have watched the video, so if you're telling me that you can't give us any new evidence tonight, the chain of custody for that letter is critical. Like, I need to know if the city has it, and if not, I mean, I mean, you can go through it all, but it's not gonna change the fact that if you can't give me any new evidence, we're just wasting everyone's time.
So what
we're saying is we want them to come back with what Mr. Carlson asked for.
is that all?
Well, excuse me, Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. So again, I would ask if council would like to remand it back then with specific information that you were asking for additional fact-finding on, so that we can help direct the hearing officer and direct staff in terms of bringing this back to the hearing master for further fact-finding.
Councilman Miranda.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of, has anyone talked to Gloria Moretta? The hearing officer, anyone in the city?
That's, sir, again, that would be
Do we have
appropriate
tapes-
for,
Do we have tapes of the year 2000?
I believe that would be appropriate for, I'm not able to.
I'm just trying to get the evidence, so, you know what?
I understand, and we're writing down your questions so that, because this is helpful, but again, the code prohibits any person, including me, from introducing any new evidence into the record at this hearing.
This
If
is
you believe
evidence
that there's
will
additional
prove what's going
fact-finding.
on.
Because we
This
don't
is
want to spend
evidence that
an
will
hour
solve
talking
this
about something
mystery.
that doesn't-
Well, there was,
Because I was here in 2000,
I understand, sir.
and I
but-
remember Y6 and Y7, and I know it flipped, but I don't remember all the context. I wasn't doing the presentation.
I understand, but those are not issues that were raised at the hearing officer hearing,
Okay.
so if those are
So
things
we're
that
here
you
for
would
another
like
5 years. Thank you.
for us to explore, then we certainly can at a remand hearing.
Mr. Shelby.
Mr. Chairman, council complains when we spend a lot of time asking questions when we can get to the meat of the matter. There are people here who are filing and followed the procedure and want to be able to have their exceptions heard. Mr. Michelini is also requested oral argument. He would be able to address it. These are all questions that could be answered with specificity if you in fact find, after my recommendation, whatever it is, that you want to have oral argument and hear what the exceptions are. And rather than rely on the city attorney and their recommendations based on testimony that you have not yet heard and cannot hear because you can't introduce any new findings of fact, you can only look at what the findings of fact are in the order, which, by the way, for the record, I want to state that I provided you in front of you. Each have a physical copy of this order now with the findings of fact. And you also have what was provided to you previously by the city attorney's office, the relevant sections of 2761 that states specifically in the final order what you must do, and it has to be very, very specific. And you have to make very specific findings. So you have people who were here perhaps at a previous time to have an opportunity to speak. They've gone through the process of doing that. They are here now at 5:35 on a Thursday afternoon after a long day, and there's questions now as to whether they want to be heard or not. My suggestion is you can have all your questions formulated at the end of the process, and you'll have a record to be able to bring back to the hearing officer to be able to address your questions. That's my position, and I'm prepared to make a recommendation if you wish to hear it.
Mr.
Councilman Carlson.
We're no new evidence, Councilmember Hurtak already said there's no new evidence allowed. We all watched the video. There seems to be consensus that the central document that one document, the custody of that document, and whether it ever existed on the city side is the central question to it. And so I think we should remand it. Why go through and hear everybody say the same thing they said at the other hearing when we know that document is central to it? I don't understand why the hearing master didn't ask more questions about it.
Councilman Hurtak.
Well, if you look at the findings of fact, they don't even ask, the letter's not even in the findings of fact. So yes, I would highly recommend, because the entire thing hinges upon a letter that isn't even mentioned in the findings of fact. So by remanding this, the letter is mentioned in conclusions of law, but not in findings of fact. So this is frustrating. We can't introduce new evidence. Let's just remand this.
Second.
So if you want to ask specific questions, I would specifically ask that they mention the letter in the findings of fact.
Can I add to that?
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just we remand it back and ask that they review the chain of custody and get evidence as to whether it existed in the city. And I would suggest, in addition to that, evidence of the other applications that the applicant testified were made, and the response that was given by the city confirming that those were made and that the changes were made, which they testified to, and that the city also provide testimony as to what happens in a case if the city cannot provide evidence that the document existed on the city side. What is the protocol of the city regarding that? And an example would, if somebody said, I got married 10 years ago, and you look at the clerk of courts and it doesn't say that, but you say, I sent them a letter, does that count? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. That's the question. So there are three questions. Right?
Yeah, I was going to,
Please,
I was
Hurtak.
going to say the same thing. So not only I want the letter, but I want the subsequent properties that were mentioned in the presentation about the other letters that also asked for this same request. Because we have gotten that documentation, but there are questions surrounding that. So and so I absolutely appreciate the fact that not only do we want the copies of the letters and when they were received, but what type of response did the city give to those?
I'm sorry. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. At what point in time, in the year 2000, when this was initially considered, or when this was considered at the application process?
When this was initially requested in 2000, several letters were sent. We were given testimony that several letters were sent. But I believe maybe I think some of those came from the city and some of those didn't. So I would like to get all those letters with the different folios. Isn't that what you were asking for?
Mr. Chair, the applicant, as I remember it, testified in the hearing that he sent similar letters on other properties, and that the existing zoning was retained, and so the city must have sent some kind of response to them, and so verification that those other letters exist in the files, and this is in 2000, not later on, verification that those documents exist in the file and that the zoning wasn't changed. That's not from the petitioner; they've already testified to that. This is from the city. And then the same thing about this letter. Did this letter exist? Was there any, whatever the correspondence back to the petitioner was on the other cases that they applied simultaneously, was there a response back to the petitioner on this one? Because if there was a response, but the letter doesn't exist in the file, that's written evidence. But right now, it sounded like from the hearing that the hearing officer accepted the letter as fact, even though it only exists from the petitioner, and so we want to look at the evidence around, or the hearing master should look at the evidence around that, And then the third thing that I suggested was, what is the policy of the city if someone claims that a document exists and the city can't find it? Does the city take their word for it? Do they do some kind of, I don't know what the response is, but I use the example of if somebody got married, if somebody says they got married and this doesn't exist in the clerk's filing, but somebody says they have a letter, does that help? Does then the clerk put it in the file or not? I don't know.
Chairman?
Councilman Goods.
I'm glad you brought that point up. I can't mention any names, but there was a situation that happened with a citizen, the same type of situation, and the city says, we can't find anything, so this has to be the way it is, because we couldn't find anything. So I see the point you're making, but I guess for me is, does 7 supersede 6?
Well, there are two different zoning classifications. And so the area-wide rezoning changed some properties from YC 6 to YC 7. So if the property retained its original YC 6 zoning, then it can be used today by right as a parking lot. Having been rezoned to YC 7, which does not permit parking as a principal use, it could not be used, it cannot be used as apartments. So that's the difference. It was actually a form, area-wide rezoning, and you adopted an ordinance rezoning, right, okay.
I'm with you.
Okay, okay.
But I do think that, there's a missing link missing, and with those 3 points, I think we need to find out to make a good base decision. And again, my recommendation to be remanded so the hearing officer or magistrate can look into that, and also the city be accountable to explain their side.
And I think, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Carlson.
I heard the hearing officer say in the testimony that, in some of the questioning, that he could, just based on verbal testimony, make a judgment about whether a document existed or not. And I don't know if that's true that he can do that, but our specific question is that we want to see the written evidence. We want to see the evidence that it existed at the city, not that he made a judgment as to somebody's verbal testimony.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, what is the pleasure of council?
Motion to remand.
Okay. We have that motion that's still on the floor.
That was for me, right? Anybody second it?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Goods. Roll call vote.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
Vieira? Maniscalco? Miranda?
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent.
Hey, you gotta run 5:30, brother.
May I ask a question?
We're sorry.
Right. Well, the petitioner was here and wasn't given a chance to say anything about the negotiation of what.
We were here to speak to the decision of the magistrate and to hear whether or not we were going to hear that.
Well, that's a very interesting point. Are you the petitioner?
No, sir. The petitioner's right here.
You didn't hear from the opponent, from the property owner either.
That's true. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true.
We were here to decide on whether or not.
Based on what record, sir?
Ms. Johnson-Velez.
Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's council's discretion to open for oral argument at this hearing or not. It appears that council, I advised you of that in my initial presentation, and so council decided without oral argument to remand the matter back to the hearing officer. And so that's where we are at this point. There will be, after additional fact-finding by the hearing officer, there will be a new recommended order. There will be a new public hearing for council's consideration of that recommended order, and all the same things, ability to file for exceptions from the recommended order and request oral argument at that time will be available as they were today.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman
I
Goods.
don't want to belabor, just to be clear, the city attorney who's representing the case to this council gave us the option of our recommendation of not opening oral arguments, or we decided not to open them and went with a remand.
it is council's discretion. Council may open for oral argument if it chooses to do so.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I be heard?
Shelby.
Thank you. It says in here, and I'm reading from 2761J E2. It says that the city council may only open public discussion upon a request for oral argument filed by a party or upon its own motion. So now, there was no motion to open oral, I just want to be clear on that. There was no motion to open oral argument. Therefore, it was not necessary then to review the request for oral argument. It says the request shall be based upon the criteria described in subsection 1 above. The city council attorney shall review the request for oral argument and make a recommendation as to whether the oral argument meets the criteria. That was done, but I did not make my request. I mean, my recommendation.
Thank you. For the rest of the cases that are being heard this evening, we have 5 council members left here this evening. As you know, you will need 4 votes one way or the other. If you have any doubts, please ask for a continuance now.
Could you repeat that? Is that regarding this matter?
We will now hear agenda item number 85, file number VAC 22-19.
Ross Ammons, Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 22-19. The applicant's name is James and Christina Hensley, and the property address is 812 Indiana Avenue.
Mr. Sammons, I'm sorry. To the representatives that just walked in the door, into my door, this door, you did hear my statement that we only have 5. There has to be 4 votes one way or the other. If anybody wishes for a continuance, ask it now. Thank you. Mr. Sammons, please proceed.
This proposed vacating request is vacate the alley lying north of Ohio Avenue, south of Indiana Avenue, east of Poplar Avenue, and west of Myrtle Avenue. This application was filed with the City of Tampa on April 28, 2022. The applicant owns property located on the north side of the alley that is requested to be vacated. The applicant's reason for the application is to repair, clean, outgrowth, and unmaintained city property. The alley was created by subdivision plat. The existing right-of-way is approximately 6,000 square feet. Here's an aerial view of the alley within the block, the applicant's property in red, and the request of vacating in yellow. City of Tampa atlas map showing proposed vacating, again in red here. Applicant's property is in gray in block 19, and showing no previous vacatings in the vicinity. North Riverside subdivision plat that created the alley, seen here in red. This is the applicant's property looking south from Indiana Avenue. This is the alley looking east from Poplar Avenue. And the alley looking west from Myrtle Avenue. Staff have no objections to the vacating request. Easement reservation is needed for wastewater. Natural resources must comply with Chapter 27 in regard to tree preservation and site design for any improvements placed adjacent to trees in a vacated area. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Ready, Mr. Chair?
Councilman Goode.
Ross, put those photos of the alley back up here, of those three, four areas.
The alley looking west from Myrtle Avenue.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Petitioner.
Good evening, Council. James Hennessy, 812 West Indiana. Definitely open for questions regarding the property. I think we're running into a pretty similar situation as the case 84. I have obstructions on both sides of my property, and the intent was to purchase and to get the vacated property behind. It seems that most neighbors in that to the left and to the right of me have done that in some way, shape, or form, but I think we're running into a similar continuance situation where we would have all parties involved, probably on the same case date of that 11/17.
Any comments or questions?
So the intent was to get the property behind the alleyway that's obstructed on both sides. That is not an alleyway anymore because you cannot go east and west. But we do run into the similar situation. It would be, is it all 12 feet? Is it half and half? Are there obstructions on all sides? Whose property? Is it up to me and the person behind us?
If we vacated the alley, you would simply get the 6 feet behind your property.
Okay, that's clear. That's just the 6 feet behind 812.
Right.
Okay, great. And there were no objections to the staff report.
Did you have any comments from your neighbors?
Actually, they were all positive. So it was just basically I'm turning it into a green space anyway, so there were no objections to clean it up.
Okay.
Any other comments? Any other comments or questions?
Myrtle's right off Columbus Drive, right?
I'm sorry?
Myrtle's right off of Columbus Drive somewhere?
Yeah, exactly. It'll run you all the way to MLK.
It runs east and, north and south.
Correct.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this agenda item number 85? Is there anyone online?
No. We're closed.
Second.
A motion closed by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Goode.
All right. VAC 22-19. Ordinance presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning that alleyway located north of Ohio Avenue, south of Indiana Avenue, east of Poplar Avenue, and west of Myrtle Avenue within the plat of North Riverside in the City of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain comments, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definition, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing effective date.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Goode, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. Roll call vote.
Vieira, Maniscalco.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Carlson. Good.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira and Carlson being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on November 17th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 86, file number VAC 22-24.
Ross Amos Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 22-24. The applicant's name is Ashley Glenn Land Holdings LLC. Representative's name is Adam Harden and Catherine Coyle. The general location is 911 West Cypress Street. This is a proposed vacating request to vacate the alley lying north of Cass Street, south of LaSalle Street, east of Monroe Street, and west of North Boulevard. This application was filed on July 14, 2022. This applicant's reason for the application is the additional area approved plan development for REZ 2242. The existing right-of-way is approximately 4,900 square feet. Property, the applicant's property in red, and a portion of Arch Street here in yellow, and a portion of North Edison Avenue in yellow here, from south of Lemon Street to the north side of West Cass. Again, City of Tampa Alice Sheet, proposed vacating is in pink here. Portion of Arch Street in between Monroe and North Boulevard. And this section of Edison, south of Lemon Street and north of Cass. Here's a picture of Edison Avenue looking north from Cass Street. And this is the general area of the request of vacating. It's Edison Avenue looking south from Lemon Street. And again, here is the general area of the proposed vacating request, and the applicant's property is here. Arch Street looking east from Monroe Street. A portion of this proposed vacating request is here. And again, applicant's property from Monroe Street to North Boulevard. This is Arch Street looking west from North Boulevard. Again, a portion of the area that is proposed vacating from North Boulevard to Monroe. Staff does object to this vacating request. Easement reservations are needed overall for transportation mobility, stormwater, TCO, TCO Peoples Gas, Spectrum, and Frontier. Natural Resources must comply with Chapter 27 in regard to tree preservation and site design for any improvements placed adjacent to trees in any vacated area. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Petitioner.
Good evening, Council. Catherine Coyle, Urban Planning Innovations, 5302 North Swanee. Just for context, the rezoning that you approved on second reading earlier today, the Oakhurst development, this is the portion along Arch, and this is the portion along Edison. Graphically on the rezonings, on the rezoning plan itself that you just approved, those are actually shown. And there was a note that we agreed to on the plan that recognized that when this vacating goes through, that it's part of this. We've also included it in the roadway agreement that we've agreed to generate and bring to you within 120 days. That was a condition on the rezoning as well. The strips of land are approximately 4.95 feet in width, and we've agreed to reserve all the easements, as we did with the other portions that were vacated, to square off the blocks, full easements for every utility, roadway, everything else, transportation, stormwater. I'm available for any questions, if you have any. This is really just to clean up the piece that was left over from the rezoning.
Any comments or questions?
No, may I just say, so in other words, it'll be status quo minus moving it somewhere because it's underground, there's items there now, am I correct?
Correct.
So it'll be the same thing in a different location.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to agenda item number 86? Do we have anyone online?
Move to close.
Motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
File number VAC 22-24, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning those portions of Arch Street and Edison Avenue rights-of-way located north of Cass Street, south of LaSalle Street, east of Monroe Street, and west of North Boulevard, within the plats of maps of Monroe's and Cluis addition to West Tampa and Knowles subdivision in the City of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson, Goods,
Yes.
Vieira, and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson and Vieira being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on November 17, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 87. File number SUB 22-10C.
Good evening, City Council. Kamaria Pettis-Malco from the City Attorney's Office. File number SGB 22-10 is regarding the property located at 1280 East Harrison Street. This is regarding a petition for review that was filed by the authorized agent for the property owner. The authorized agent for the property requested from staff to allow the height for lots 5 and 12 located within the Encore development to be developed pursuant to FAA and HCAA height limitations, and to update the project vision book and zoning site plan notes to reflect this allowance. Staff determined that the request meets the criteria for substantial change and denied the request. Earlier provided City Council should have been provided the relevant code sections, which is 27-138 subsection 7 and 27-61, along with sample motions and the rules of procedure for City Council to conduct this hearing. The standard of review regarding this petition for review is according to found in section 27-61, subsection J, subsection 3, which states that City Council can conduct a de novo standard of review, which means City Council can accept new evidence, take public testimony, and make a decision to determine whether or not the petition does meet the substantial change criteria as outlined in Code Section 27-138, subsection 7. The staff member present to explain the request from the property owners, Ms. LaShawn Dock. She is present. She'll go over the application and her decision regarding this item. After City Council hears all the evidence regarding this item, City Council can affirm the decision by staff and thereby deny the request for the proposed change in SUB 2210, or City Council can overturn the decision by staff and thereby grant the request for the proposed change in SUB 22-10. And the proposed changes are regarding REZ 14-020. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Dock.
Thank you so much, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. And I'd like to present to you the presentation for this item. So as Kamaria has mentioned, this is an appeal hearing of a substantial change review decision. The applicant is Jake Kramer, and the request is a review of section 27-138. This is for the Encore property, which I will show you shortly. I have an aerial of the project area, and this is to allow the height to be determined pursuant to FAA and HCAA limitations, and that is for the two lots 5 and 12, which I will show you now, and also to update the associated vision book and site plan, which runs along with the current PD. So this is an aerial of the site. And this is all of the lots that are identified in red are a part of the project area. This is New Seal Parkway that's on the south. This is Central that borders on the west. This is Nebraska Avenue, which borders on the east. And I've identified each lot that is located within the project area. Here are the two lots which are under this request, Lot 5 and Lot 12. And then also you can see that this is bounded by the CBD, the Central Business District. You can see the CBD 2 and CBD 1 designations, but as a matter of fact, Lot 10 has a dual zoning with the southern end being located in the CBD 2 special district. So what I provided next for you, council, is a chart just to show you the development within the project. So the requested height, just so you're aware, it would apply only to those two lots, 5 and 12. Those are the two vacant lots within the project area. The other lots have either been developed or they have been approved for development. Lot 8 has its entitlements approved through an incremental review. Lot 10 is currently in process of receiving permits. So if it were granted, it would only apply to those vacant lots. And I have some pictures of the site. So in the upper left is you can see Meacham Urban Farm, that's Lot 1. And then in the upper right is Lots 2 and 3. In the lower left corner, we have Lots 7 and 9 respectively. And Lot 6 is the middle portion of the project. And then we have Lots 4 and 11. This is Lot 4 and that's Lot 11. So the lots that are in question are behind these lots. So next for you, I've blown up the actual site plan, the approved PD plan. So the Encore development contains 28 acres. What I provided for you is the detail of the lots that are included within the approval. The lots which are identified in green have already been developed. The lots that are highlighted in yellow, 5 and 12 on Nebraska, those are the vacant lots in the lots that are under this request. This is the Lot 10, the one that I mentioned that has the dual zoning on it. Lot 8 and 10 are already in process for permitting, or either have received approval. So under consideration, staff reviewed the history of the approvals with the rezonings on the Encore development site. We looked at the site plan note as it was initially approved with the first approval for the rezoning. The note originally mentioned the building height for lots 9 and 10 would be governed by the FAA and the HCAA. And then it also references, as far as the height within the site plan itself, on each lot, it lists the height. So you can see, just to go back just a second, you can see on the site plan, each lot, on some of the lots, it mentions the height. So that's what's referred to when we're mentioning that. So in 2007, there was a site plan note that mentioned the maximum height is governed by FAA and the HCAA, and then the maximum height is also shown by lot on the site plan. It was just in 2 places on the current approval in 14, and so staff felt that we just wanted to make sure it is clarified through this request, and we could not do that administratively. Just to summarize for you on the site plan, the remaining undeveloped lots within the project, just to emphasize, Lot 5 and 12 are the 2 vacant lots, but currently on the plan, they have a maximum height of 80 feet and then 100 feet for Lot 12. So when the request was noticed, public notice was provided, staff received no objections, we routed it for DRC review, we received no objections, we reviewed the prior approvals as mentioned earlier. The only option would have been for those 2 lots for the developer or the applicant to come in and rezone to another PD, which would have split the project. And staff did not feel that those 2 lots should have its own PD designation. It just makes sense to keep the project whole in one. So we took all of those things into consideration, but staff has no objections, we are in support.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that,
Of
if
the-
I may, Mr. Chairman. So you're looking there, staff is in support of their request, right?
We are in support of the
Okay, I
modification.
wanted
of
to
it.
know.
Yes,
Thank you very
absolutely. And that concludes my presentation, council. I know it's late, but I'm available if you have any questions.
Much early.
We got all night.
I'm sorry.
People behind you don't,
Thank
they
you.
don't care. We got all night.
Thank you, council.
I'm sorry, Ms. Dodd.
Yes.
Were there any comments or questions?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Dodd.
Okay.
We got a free night meeting without having to notice.
Isn't that great? Oh, you first.
Mr. Kramer,
Council, good evening. Jake-
thank you for your patience, sir.
Thank you. Jake Kramer with Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, here representing Ariat Development and the doctors Kiran and Pallavi Patel Family Office. They're the developers. The bad news is you're not going to get to talk to the charming Mr. Leroy Moore from Tampa Housing Authority tonight. He had to leave for a board meeting. He was here in support. The good news is I'm not going to give you our full presentation because of the late hour. That said, I would like to introduce you to the developer. This is very, very exciting. We're completing the original intent of the Encore project. We're bringing mixed use, mixed income, and a grocery store to a food desert. So I just want him to say a few words about the project. We've worked really hard on it so far.
Hey guys, my name's Chad Tujag from the Patel Family Office. I totally agree with what Jake's saying in alignment with Dr. Kiran Patel. He's very pinpoint in his drive to create access, and it's access in so many ways, and a lot of it that we see is with the medical school, access to medical education, which creates access to healthcare, and then in this kind of project, it's a facsimile of that, where it's access to home ownership in the form of more affordable housing. It is a grocery store, so it's an independent concept that's tailored to the area. He does feel pretty strongly that as downtown grows, this will be the central part and anchor kind of in the future, and it'll marry the entire kind of Tampa downtown area. What we see as it now is extending north, and this really contributes to that. And then also there's about 80,000 square feet of medical office building that's intended. So in every way, it's just a central access for everybody of all kind of economic opportunity to be catered to and to have the opportunity to be equal in where they live and how they are provided care. And the other thing, just as a small thing, as we see like a large exodus of workforce, teachers, healthcare providers, they can't afford anywhere to live. So the intent of the development is also to be a ownership opportunity at a lower entry rate. So that's kind of where we're at, and I'll stop. I know we're all a little hypoglycemic, so.
Thanks. So with that, we would ask for your approval tonight, and so the vote would be to overturn the staff decision with staff's support.
Councilman Maniscalco.
So saying that, I don't think there's any objection in the audience, is there? No. Well, we don't know yet.
And we have not heard anything from the public.
Yes. This is the most unique day I've ever had at City Hall. Because here, they overturned the city staff, and the city staff is telling us they're for it. So, I mean, it just, it's like juggling today. I feel like I'm at a circus, which I enjoy.
You gonna ask a question?
No, just a comment. Glad to see this. We have a housing crisis all across the board. You mentioned, from teaching to medical to, there's an affordability issue everywhere. You mentioned food desert. And of course, you're not going to have a successful neighborhood without, grocery and fresh fruit. I know you have the Channel Publix nearby, but this is going to be within that community that people can walk a few steps to the grocery store. So, great project. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Goods.
What's the grocery store and what's the number we're talking when you're talking about mixed use?
Pardon, on the mixed use concept, you're talking about the square footage?
That's
the range.
The range. What's the level of, when you say mixed use to me, you talk about affordability, I said attainable. I mean, what are we talking?
So the grocer, in the way that it's been socialized in our conversations, the grocer can't be someone like a Walmart Green or something like that, just in the spirit of what we've been discussing with the THA. So we've gone through the due diligence of getting an independent grocer that will serve the community in a broad way. And Dr. Kiran Patel has taken upon himself to say, hey, we'll worst case scenario is that I will do it myself. And so we do have actually, luckily he's not going to be there as a cashier or anything like that. He's obviously just putting it together. But so it'll be an independent grocer. It'll be about 24,000 square feet on the ground floor. It'll be 8 stories as the podium, and then residential above it. The top 2 floors right now, as it's mapped out of the podium, will be medical office building. And it'll all be medical access. And so we've already gotten quite a bit of, we have no idea how we're going to allocate that.
And the reason I asked you that, because it's on the property of Encore.
Mhm.
So when you look at that, you know, because people will ask me, what is the percentage in that, going to be in that building? I mean, 80% AMI, 120, what is the, when you talk about mixed level, mixed use, so I'm just curious.
You mean like the socioeconomic
Yeah,
portion of it?
yeah,
Yeah, so that's a great point. So I think right now, if you look at the average conveyance of real property in downtown Tampa, it's like $1 million for a condo, $1,000 a square foot. So that's about what it is, right, for the new builds, Ritz-Carlton, things like that. But our goal is to get very low entry point by reducing the size. It's not micro units, it's a little bit bigger than that, quite different, very efficient. There's a project in Miami that we modeled it off of called Legacy, so it's incredibly efficient. Happy to share it with you. There's no wasted space in the units. There's about 220 units that are gonna be, they're not micro, but it's smaller in size, very close. That average square footage is 600 square feet. I don't know if any of you guys have seen some of the Heron kind of units. They did a really great job, but they're just like $4 a square foot for rent, and those people will never own those properties. So in between those 2 projects, we found a lot of synergy.
Councilman, I can answer, I think your question. We have a contractual obligation on Lot 5 to provide at least 20% of those units to be between 60 and 120% AMI. So that's a contractual obligation, and we're going to try to do better than that.
20% now, how many floors? 8 floors of apartments or 6 floors of apartments?
No, the podium's 8 floors, so it'll probably be closer to 220 feet, possibly 19, 20 floors total, including the podium.
So it's going to go much higher then?
Correct.
Much higher, okay. I'll deal with that next week with somebody else. That's right. That conversation's next week.
Anyone else? Quick question. FAA was involved because of 90 East at Tampa International Airport?
No.
I'm sorry, didn't understand the question.
FAA, why were they involved?
Why was the FAA involved? Yeah. Because HCAA has airport zoning.
Right,
and
my question was 90 East. Was it the flight path for 90 East? East-West runway. They're in that flight path, aren't they?
I'd like David Smith, our land planner. He's been involved since the beginning. I think he can answer that.
So, David Smith, Stearns Weaver Miller. So when we you do any applications that involve any height, the Aviation Authority gets involved. They basically just identify what the runway path is that they're concerned with.
90 East is what I was asking.
There's basically a height notice zone. So anything over, I believe in this area is like anything over 130 feet, they get notice, then you make an application, and then they determine with FAA the height that you can reach.
You answered my question. That's just exactly what I thought. It's 90 East. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Is there anybody? You stay right where you're at. Is there anybody in the audience that has any comments or questions? Is there anyone online?
Move it close. Second.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. Is it Councilman Maniscalco? Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. So the motion that I'd like to make is to overturn the denial, therefore granting this, which is file number SUB-22-10-C. I move to overturn the zoning administrator's denial of the proposed change request in sub 22-10 for the property located at 1280 East Harrison Street because the petitioner has demonstrated that the application is not a substantial change according to the standards set forth herein in section 27-138-7, but also in hearing from the city, there were no objections. We did not have any public objections, and I believe that they meet the makeup and character of the Encore District as well as meet the goals of the Encore District in the sense that it will be providing community amenities, much needed housing, and a high-quality product that we can all be very proud of. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Roll call vote. Roll call vote.
Miranda.
Yes.
Perset.
Yes.
Carlson. Goods.
Yes.
Vieira. Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson and Vieira being absent at vote.
Information and reports. Councilman Miranda. 88. Okay.
Chairman, move 88 to rescind. 88 cannot be heard. We got to renotice, to remove. Got it. Thank you very much.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Information reports.
Yes, sir, I have
Councilman
two
Miranda.
quick ones. I would like to make a motion to invite Representative Zoo Tampa to City Council on Thursday, November 17, 2022. They will present a short video of the zoo and the master vision, and they will also bring a surprise from the zoo.
It better be a giraffe.
I think it's a tiger.
Will we have that window there for the giraffe?
Inasmuch as our calendar does not appear to be huge yet, if I can have this, please, I would appreciate your indulgence in placing them first on the agenda because they're going to take the guests back.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you.
Can we have a photo op with the guest?
Sure.
Okay.
Second one, I'd like to make a motion to
We
present.
haven't taken a vote on the first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye. Second one, sir, I would like to make a motion to present a combination of the Tampa Amateur Radio Club, who will be celebrating the 100th anniversary of service to the community on Saturday, October 22nd, 2022 at 6 p.m., and I will be presenting this combination to them at the event.
A motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Goods.
Thank you, sir. We've had a lot of incidents over at the NFL Yet Center. 2 years ago, I asked about the fencing to be put around or replaced that was torn out over there. It still hasn't been done. I'd like to make a motion that the Parks and Recreation install the fencing at the Jackson County NFL Yet Center, and with any recommendations from the CRA with funding as well, and can bring up a report November 3rd.
Second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got 13? If we
How
got
about
13, I'll go to the following. What's the next?
November 17th.
17th is fine.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye. Last one for the day. We had one of our great solid waste workers do a great job. He placed to go to the nationals, the solid waste convention they had. He didn't take a prize home, but I want to recognize him for getting that far at least. And the Tampa City Council give a commendation to John Billingsley on November 8th for competing in the El Paso for the National Swana Rodeo. He's the only the second employee to compete at a national level in history for the City of Tampa Solid Waste. I think we can recognize.
Okay, so that's wonderful. Second.
Motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Hurtado.
I've been talking to Water Department about this, so I'm moving that staff update with the feedback from the Florida DEP, which is scheduled for November 3rd under staff reports and unfinished business regarding the beneficial use question about the city's discharge be continued to December 1st, 2022.
Second.
And then second,
Wait a second, I'm sorry. Does that need to vote? Is it separate motion, or is that together?
that is one motion. We're moving their update for the beneficial use question, we're moving it from November 3rd, which is next week, to December 1st, which is 2022.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second?
Yes.
Second,
Yeah,
second,
and we
second.
voted on it.
We didn't vote.
No, we didn't vote on
Okay.
it. We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye. Okay, and then I would like to make a motion to require the design criteria packages be added to the required SIRE documentation for all design build contract approval requests.
A motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye. That is it.
Thank you. Excellent. January 26th workshop. I move to have IT, staff, city clerk's office, and legal to discuss the cost, dollar-wise and in staffing, and the feasibility in council chambers to have staff reports held on a separate day other than Thursdays. Again, that is January 26th, 9 a.m.
Second.
We have a motion from Chairman Citro with a second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
Move to receive and file.
I have one, I have an item, please.
Nobody asked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
Do you have anything? I apologize.
I do have a motion, but I'm not prepared to make it. I just need some more clarification before I state it, so I'm gonna.
I apologize. I thought I'm normally going to that side. I apologize.
I'm
You
over
want to
here.
make a motion?
No, I'm not ready to do it, so I'm gonna wait till the next meeting.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a request, and I've talked to Abby Feely, and I've talked to the clerk's office. It can be done. It's for next week's workshop, is to group all of the development items together on the workshop and put them first, because they usually, for whatever reason, not taken till the end. These are very important, and I'd appreciate council giving consideration to having them first on the agenda as a group.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Magoo, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor?
Second.
Motion to receive and file by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? We're adjourned.